whenever I talk to people, don't just assume that everybody else can hear me, only you can hear me. Okay? So we are live now. Oh, yeah, we started. So relax. I'm still waiting for Tara and Melanie to join. and I think everybody's in now. So we have 4 minutes to go. Linda is gonna open up, and then we still don't have representative. Actually, let me start the broadcast here so I can have attendees coming. But I still don't have the county executive. So we need to, in case we don't have them, we need to know what we do. Linda, I think you muted.
Okay. And so we're going to press without. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, we're going to start the show without him.
Okay,
Who can hear me?
Yeah.
As Zoomer, you mentioned my camera. How is the camera today?
It's good. It's good.
Good level?
No, that's good. That's perfect.
Okay.
You look awesome.
Thank you, darling. I can't say the same to you because I can't.
All right.
When you say the attendees cannot hear me, I mean the speakers cannot hear me?
Not now, because I have it on the private line, but we are going.
Is that to be on the line as this or with that?
Say it again?
And that could be hear me?
Yeah, she can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Dr. Q.
I think she's.
Something wrong with
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
She was talking to you, yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear her. And it's actually showing on Facebook whenever we're talking.
Oh, okay, all right, don't talk. Sound, you're muted.
Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Put Your Mask On First Caregivers Retreat. I am Linda Array, and I am so excited to be able to spend this day with you. I'm sorry I can't see your beautiful faces, but I know you're all looking awesome. I'm just so excited to be able to spend this day with you as your host for this event. Thank you all so much. I'm seeing as people are tuning in. Yes, we're going to take time and go ahead and start as more people join us. I know I want to give a shout out to all the expert speakers behind the scenes. I do want to give a shout out to the entire team that put this event together. We were supposed to have this event face to face, but due to the challenges of COVID, we said we're going to pivot. We will not cancel. We are still going to have it. So yes, if I tell you, if you haven't noticed by now that I'm excited, I am excited. But you know what? Let's make sure the chat is working. So please just share with me, how was your Thanksgiving? Are you participating in Small Business Saturday? Did you shop for Black Friday? Just, let's have a little conversation. I want to make sure the chat is working. So, how was Thanksgiving for you? Are you doing a Black Friday sale? Are you participating in small business Saturday? So let's keep the chat going. And just a little housekeeping. If as we're progressing, if some of the speakers say something that really moves you, let's hear it in the chat, okay? If you have a question that you would like to be responded to, go ahead and put that in the comments. Because this is not going to be a one-way communication. We want to hear from you, and we also want to hear from our experts, right? But if you want something that really needs to be responded to, please put it in the chat. So I would like us to go ahead and, bring somebody to stage that I have had such an honor to, I've just had an honor to be able to call this woman my sister. And, when you have someone in your life that you can do business with, love on as a sister, and be there as a friend, like just every package put in one for one person. And it's really the brains behind this event. The woman that said that I am going to collaborate with the state of Delaware to bring an event of this magnitude to Delaware. And with this being virtually right now, we are reaching people across, across the nation. So I am just so excited. I usually say that she needs no introduction. This woman, she has been in the educational field for so many years, a professor, 13-year professor, a business owner for a healthcare facility, now diversity and inclusion strategist, author, speaker. I mean, you name it. And all of that, being a mother and a wife too, that's a job on its own, right? For my wives in the comments, let me know yes, because being a wife and the mothers in the comment, that is a job on its own, right? So I really want to bring this phenomenal woman that I just have a pleasure to call my sister to the stage. And it's none other than the one and the only Dr. Eunice Guamestier. And look at her looking so gorgeous. So I'm taking the outfit after this. Yes, I'm taking that. So
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Linda. Thank you so much for that great introduction. Can you all hear me?
yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for those kind words and for the beautiful introduction. I am super, super duper excited to be with you all this morning. But County Executive Matt Myers, Representative Sherry Dorsey Walker, speakers, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocol at large, good morning. It is indeed a great honor to be here this morning and bring greetings on behalf of the entire Team eUnity Solutions and myself. My heart is simply filled with gratitude and joy. Seeing my vision of giving back to a profession that I love and come to fruition gives me fulfillment. Let me first start by thanking County Executive Matt Myers and his team at the Newcastle County Government for their dedication to improve the lives and welfare of the people in their county, especially taking care of healthcare professionals and the underserved population. We are proud of our partnership and look forward to more collaborations in the near future. Secondly, I'd like to thank the speakers for accepting to go on this journey with us and for their willingness to share their knowledge and expertise. You could have been doing something better with your families today, but you choose to be here with us, and we really appreciate that. Thirdly, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Team eUnity Solutions for working day and night to curate what is going to be a phenomenal and transformational program today. You need to just sit back. This team has worked so hard to curate this event, and I guarantee you at the end, you're going to go, wow, they have truly worked hard, and without them, we could not be here today. So I'd like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're going to experience their hard work in the next 4 hours. As of this morning, ladies and gentlemen, 256,000 plus people have died from COVID-19 pandemic. The World Health Organization declared 2020 as the year of the nurse and midwife. Why? To showcase the profession and to highlight that the world needs 9 million new nurses and midwives. This year also marked the 200th anniversary of the founder of nursing, Florence Nightingale. Who would have known, with all these big plans in place, that 2020 will turn out to be the most traumatizing year it's been, not only for healthcare professionals, but for the entire world. Many healthcare workers have witnessed more death than soldiers at the war front. Studies have also shown that healthcare workers are fighting a new battle with COVID-19, what I call the invisible enemy. And many of them are experiencing symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, such as flashbacks, nightmares, and anxiety. It is for these reasons we are here today, ladies and gentlemen, to give back, to take you to a place where you can stop, to breathe, relax, and refuel, and learn again how to take care of yourself so that you are whole and thriving holistically. The speakers today will pour into you some practical tools and strategies that you can use to rebuild that wall around you, that you can use to improve that person you want to be, that you can use to become again much more healthier so that you are whole while providing care for those who have been entrusted into your hands and your loved ones. I ask you one thing this morning is to grab your cup of tea, your cup of juice, or whatever you want to drink, and just sit back and relax. Let us take you to that place where you want to be. Keep an open mind and be willing to let these speakers pour into you so that again you can live a life that you want to live. You can live a life that is full of joy and happiness, a life that is healthy while you're providing that culturally sensitive and excellent care that you're passionate about. You have gone out on every single morning, day and night without judging why are you going. Even with the pandemic, you are so dedicated. You're heroes. You've always been our heroes. So today we come to you saying, we see you, we hear you, and we just want to give you what you need to continue going, because you cannot continue giving out of a cup empty. You have got to fill your cup, and that is why we're here today. So sit back, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, and just breathe while you take in everything that's going to be poured onto you today. And on that note, I am going to stop here, and I wish you a great 4 hours. We're going to have fun while learning. Thank you so much, and back to you, Linda.
Wow, thank you, Dr. G. I told you she's a woman that needs no introduction. So Dr. Eunice Guamesia is the founder and president of eUnity Solutions. And this is a multi-dimensional consultant firm providing services ranging from diversity and inclusion initiatives, equity, communication, services for healthcare, caregivers, and stuff like that. So I would like to take a minute and call on you to walk with me as we find out more about eUnity Solutions.
Eunice Guamesia.
I was this little girl who had a dream of going to college after high school to earn a PhD so I could become a teacher as my daddy. My father always told me, never give up on your dreams.
We are a multi-dimensional consulting company. We focus on promoting culture, diversity, and inclusion while providing a wide array of other cutting-edge services, such as our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference that's held every September, our Put Your Mask On First retreat for caregivers, both family and professional caregivers, our Burnout or Blossom course, which is a survival guide for our family and professional caregivers as well. And also we have our effective cross-cultural communication workshops.
Your purpose, it has got to be so strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a fresh perspective on cultural awareness, giving leaders the tools they need to expand their capacity to achieve success together with their employees. And our vision is really to maximize corporate and organizational team performances, increase retention and improve internal and external customer relations through increasing cultural awareness and the power of diversity and inclusion. We also provide a diversity and cultural sensitivity training, teaching leaders of organizations that are interested in building anti-racial communities to leverage diverse talent so that they are improving those team performances. We will be happy to assist you in checking the pulse of your organization and helping you develop a program that is purposeful, intentional, and sustainable.
Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame.
Just wow. I know I can't see your faces, but I want just give her a hand. Give her a hand. The wealth of information and services that Unit Solutions has provided and continues to provide under Dr. J's leadership. I just want to say, you know what, let me see those applauses in the comments. Let's see those applauses, especially in a time like this. With all the culture and racial instability, these services are needed. So please, let's give her a hand. So before we kick off, I know you're excited to start hearing from our speakers. I know some people came to listen to particular speakers, so I can't wait to bring our speakers on. But I would also like to hear from you. You know, in a time like this, since March, when a lot of states in the United States officially shut down, you know, how are you doing? How have you coped as providers? How have you coped as church leaders? How have you coped as frontline caregivers or family caregivers during this pandemic? So we'd like to hear from you. You know, I would like to call, you know, on the production team, you know, to put our surveys on. We just want to see how you are doing right now. So as E&V Solutions and Newcastle County continue to provide these services, we can target exactly services that are actually valuable to you. But we don't know what you need unless you tell us. So we're going to Hi, everyone. I know the surveys are going on. Please take time and take this survey. So we're waiting for 100% participation. You know, it takes about a minute or so. Please take time and take the surveys. And these are so important so we can continue to provide to you services that you need. So I know Yesenia's running the surveys on the back end. Thank you, production team. And we'll give it a few more minutes every time and take them. Thank you. Can you hear me? How we are on the survey number 2. We have just one more to go. I see only 6 people have voted the first one. Please take time. This is about a minute. Just if you voted the first time, thank you. Go ahead and take the second one and let's keep going. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Can we see results from the poll? Is it possible we can see that on the screen? Don't be, no, we're not sharing your names. These are all anonymous. We just want to see the data and how people are feeling. I won't go through all of this. Sometimes applied to me, sometimes strong. I find it hard to wind down. 50% of people somehow find it hard to wind down. We have felt sad most days due to COVID, 33% often. So these are some real data, guys. This is some real data. I'm feeling disconnected from loved one. 50% say sometimes. These numbers are pretty significant. Thank you, Yesenia. Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and press. Just thank you to everybody that took time to share how they are feeling. We're going to do something similar again as we progress throughout. And again, these surveys, they're anonymous, so please feel free to take them. They don't come with your name, but we are doing this so we can continue to know what services you need and how we can bring these services to you. I see somebody on the screen that I'm going to go ahead and bring on now. Our Newcastle County executive, none other than Matt Myers, is thanks to his office that to you. So it is such an honor, sir, to have you join us today. And we'll go ahead and pass the floor over to you to give us a few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here this morning. And it's good, first of all, just to say thank you to everyone who's joining us today on a Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon, a holiday weekend, taking time to come out, to learn a little something and to keep the community safe. About 8 months ago, we got federal funding to help our county, help the community to be safer during this COVID time. And we had to figure out, how do we allocate resources? The first thing I said, and the first thing my team said, is how do we find those on the front lines and make sure that they know that we got their backs? How do they know? How do we communicate to them that we want them to be safe first? We can't have healthcare workers and first responders, paramedics, firefighters, police officers out there helping us if they're not safe and healthy themselves. And that health includes COVID-19 safe, of course, but also mentally, emotionally safe during this crazy time. And so when Dr. Eunice came to us with this proposal, we jumped at the opportunity. So we cannot thank her enough and her team for being so innovative and for coming up with this program to keep everyone safe. I encourage you to spread the word. Make sure people know that these sessions are going on. Sessions continue through next week, as I know you know, and we want to get as many people as possible engaged. There are limitations, as was said in the beginning, of not being able to interact in person, but this is a wonderful way for us to come together in fellowship to see some of the challenges that we're all facing and see what creative solutions people have come up with. So thank you very much. I'm eager to see what's next.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt Myers. And it's really an honor that you took your Saturday to join us here today. I know you've been dying. Everybody has been waiting. We are going to go ahead and move forward with this program and bring forward our first expert that we'll be sharing with you today. If you've noticed, this program was curated to target a lot of different areas, whether it's, personal well-being, mental wellness, health, your diet, how you're feeling emotionally. And all of the speakers were specifically curated to do just that. So I will like to go ahead and bring up our first expert of the day. And this person is somebody that, I've also been blessed to have her in my life. She is my personal pastor and my personal life coach. So to have her grace this stage and share her expertise with you all and just help us today navigate our life journey, I feel it is so important, especially with the statistics that we're getting on right now. There's no time better than this to have the none other than Pastor Nancy Georgia. She's a CEO of eUnity, CEO of Joy Life Ministries. And as I said, she's a personal pastor and a life coach. So I would like to bring in my sister, Pastor Nancy, to just pour into us today. Thank you all.
Hello, 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 everybody. I am so incredibly grateful to be with you today. My name is Nancy Joy Dozier. I am a speaker, author, personal pastor, but most importantly, I want you to know that I am your friend. And today is all about you. I celebrate each and every one of you, what you're doing on a daily basis to make a difference as a caregiver, whether you are in the medical field, whether you are in the armed forces, a first responder, a spiritual leader, a community leader, taking care of a loved one at home who maybe has some special needs, whatever it is that you are doing on a daily basis, I salute you, thank you, and I want you to know you are making a difference and that you are absolutely necessary. Today, as we've gathered for this incredible Put Your Mask On first conference convocation, it is so incredible, just the vision behind this. And I could not go on without first taking a moment just to thank our visionary, Dr. Eunice Dr. G, as she's affectionately known, and all of the committees, all of the people that have played a hand in making this come to life. So I thank you, and I'm honored to be with you. I want to share something this afternoon with you. For those of you guys that are not familiar with me, my background is from the area of faith. I am a faith leader, and although I am a life coach, today I really want to ask your permission. If you would kindly allow me for just the next few moments, I want to ask for your permission to allow me to pastor you. Yes, I want to pastor you. I want to love on you. I want to pour into your heart and into your spirit. And so with that being said, I'm going to draw your attention, and I want you to go with me in your heart and in your mind, because I'm just going to share this with you. A passage out of the Bible, actually, out of the book of Mark, chapter 6 through 32, chapter 6, verse 30 through 32. And I'm really just going to kind of share with you a little bit about it because it's such a powerful passage. And as I began to prepare to be with you today, it was highlighted in my spirit, and I felt that I needed to really share this with you. And in the passage, the apostles or the disciples had gone out and they had done some incredible things. They had spent their day performing miracles, feeding the hungry, just doing some amazing things that required the utilization of their gifts. They were helping people that were in need. They were making sure, that people that were sick were being taken care of. People that were widows or orphans were being taken care of. And that really gave them this incredible high. They were so excited at all of the things that they had achieved. And so when we come into the text in verse 30, it says this. It says, the apostles gathered around Jesus and reported to him all they had done and taught. Then because so many people were coming and going that they did not even have a chance to eat, he said to them, he being Jesus, said to them, come with me by yourselves to a quiet place. Come with me by yourselves to a quiet place and get some rest. Come with me by yourself to a quiet place and get some rest. So they went away by themselves in a boat to a solitary place. There are a few things that I want to talk to you about in these next few moments. And if I were to give a title to my talk today, it's simply this: divinely selfish. divinely selfish. I know it sounds like an oxymoron when you put the word divine and the word selfish together, but I'm getting ready to make it make sense to you in just a moment. You know, there are a few things that we really need to begin to think about as we read this text and begin to perceive the heart of God toward us as caregivers, as people that serve on the front line, as people that are meeting needs on a constant daily basis. He had such a heart of compassion in that moment, and he recognized a need that even the disciples themselves were not able to identify within their own hearts and in their own bodies and in their own minds. And so the first thing that this text really highlights to us is that we've got to dismantle the negative connotation around selfishness. See, there is an element of selfishness that actually engages self-preservation. It says that, I can't be good to anyone unless I am good to me, unless I am good to myself. I can't pour out from an empty cup. So I will focus on being refilled and being refueled before I try to pour out. So it is in the basic need to ensure that as an individual, you are secured, that we can find a divine allowance, a divine right, if we can even call it that, a divine privilege to be whole, to be rested, and to be at peace. It is as basic and as divine as your right to breathe, as your right to love and to be loved, as your right to live authentically, the right to be selfish about preserving yourself, about making sure that your mask is on first, about making sure that you can breathe, about making sure that you're healthy, making sure that you're whole, is as divine as the right to breathe. The second thing is we need to discover that our God-like nature is hardwired for rest. The reality is that you and I are made intelligently. We're intelligently designed by a God who saw fit to make us in his own image and in his own likeness. So this brief yet powerful text displays something so amazing about the heart of God for us. See, knowing that the disciples were weary, knowing that they were exhausted, although they were on a high because they were living their best life, they were living in their purpose, they were excited about the things that they were able to achieve, the lives that they had been able to impact, that was right, at the forefront of their mind. And although they were excited about that, Jesus understood how they were wired. He understood that they were created with a need for reset. He understood that they were hardwired for rest. And so he says, guys, I know that you've done something amazing today. I know that you've worked your hearts out. I know that you've loved on people, that you've given hugs and you've kissed babies and you've wrapped your arms around the hurting and you've shown up for others. But guess what else I know? I know that you're hungry. I know that you haven't taken a moment to eat your lunch. I know that you're exhausted. I know that you're tired. I know that you haven't slept. I know that you haven't had a moment to really even process what is happening around you. Never mind what is happening within you, how all of the things that you're doing are impacting your own emotional well-being, your own mental well-being. And so this is what I want you to do. I want you to come away with me. I want you to get on this boat and we're going to go to a place of solitude. We're going to go to a place of quietness where you can begin to be alone with your own thoughts, where you can begin to process, where you can begin to rest. And guess what? I just want you to eat something. Listen, as you're watching this, I need you to type that in the comments. I need you to type that in the chat box. Eat something, especially now because this is the holidays and calories don't count. So eat something. Take care care of yourself. And Jesus began to admonish and to encourage them and invite them. He was like, guys, come with me. He understood that they were created in the image and likeness of God, which meant that they were hardwired for rest. Because we know that as we've studied scripture, if you've ever had an opportunity to read the scripture, you know that after God himself had created all the incredible things that we now see, the stars, the moons, the oceans, all kinds of animals, all kinds of trees and vegetation, the day, the night, he created all of that. And then he did something amazing. He did something so spiritual. He rested. He rested. And I know that oftentimes we don't always consider rest to be an act of worship or consider rest to be something spiritual, but it is one of the most incredible and one of the most spiritual things that you can engage in. He rested. And so as much as their humanity was invested in service and in fulfilling their assignment, their godlike nature was hardwired to need to engage in the spiritual discipline of rest. So my question to you today is, are you engaging in the spiritual discipline of rest? Because you are hardwired for it. There are three key thoughts that I want to leave with you today. The first one is, you've got to understand that the poor you will have with you always. I said what I said. Yes, I did. The poor you will have with you always. Guys, the reality is you cannot save everyone. These words seem to be very aggressive, and they seem to be almost counterintuitive when you're wired to serve, when you're wired to make a difference, when you're wired to see a need and to fix it and to mend it or to address it in some way, shape, or form. But these were also the words of Jesus, the same Jesus that told us to take care of the widows and of the orphans and to see about the poor and the hurting, says these words. He says, the poor you will have with you always. See, again, these words were spoken by him out of a place of compassion, out of a place of understanding how we were created and how we were wired from the beginning. See, his point in saying this was that there would always be a valid need. There would always be some kind of catastrophe, some kind of emergency that required your attention, that required your talent, your skill, your ability, the knowledge and experience that you have. There's always going to be something or someone that needs you. And he knew that. But he says, the poor you will have with you always, because in essence, you've got to make sure that you are rested and that your soul is whole. Because after you've taken care of yourself, you will find that that same need is still present, that that same brokenness is still present, that the catastrophe is still present. The only difference is that you would have been refilled and refueled and rested, and you will be able to address the concern. You will be able to meet the need from a completely different space, a space of having been rested, a space of having a clearer picture, a clearer perspective. And so the difference is, when you're rested, you're able to actually give from your overflow, and you won't be pouring from an empty cup. Second thing is, divine selfishness is an invitation to unlocking a healthy you. What does a healthy you actually look like as a caregiver? A healthy you means that you're eating. It means that you're resting. It means that you're taking time to meditate, to sit quietly and think and begin to take in the things that are happening inside of yourself. It means that you've had opportunities to pray and to just really engage your heart and your soul spiritually. It means that you're turning down the noise and you're refocusing on what really matters. You're refocusing on the people that you love and the people that love you. You're refocusing on those reciprocal relationships that fuel you. Because see, when you're serving as a caregiver, it's all about what you're pouring out. It's all about what you're constantly giving. And it actually is very seldom that you're receiving something back from the people that are in desperate need, in desperate need in whatever capacity you're serving in. And so it's important that you identify relationships that are going to be reciprocal, so that as you pour, you're also being poured back into. The third thing is anchoring in truth to sustain a healthy you. And this is what I want to leave you with as a final thought. See, Jesus didn't want the disciples to confuse their well-being with their well-doing. I'm going to say that again. He did not want them to confuse their well-being with their well-doing. He wanted to highlight their humanity as being separate from their service. See, what you do, although noble, although necessary and critical, although indispensable, is truly not who you are. So he reminds them that they needed to eat and to go into seclusion. He reminded them not to minimize their service in any way, or to take away from what they were giving, their contribution. But the incredible thing they had done by standards of piety and standards of righteousness, still, as awesome as it was, could not take away from the need and the critical importance of them being refueled and refilled. And so he says to them not to minimize their service or the incredible things that they had done, but rather to amplify the restoration of their spirit. Come away with me. Come eat. Come rest. Be stilled. So as I conclude, I want to speak a blessing over you. I want to bless your mind. I want to bless your soul, and I want to bless your spirit. And so I declare and I decree over you, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May he make his face to shine upon you. May he give you grace and rest and peace forever and ever. Remember to put your mask on first. It's been a pleasure spending this time with you. Thank you for taking the opportunity to show up for you so that you can be poured back into and get your cup refilled. Thank you so much. Bye.
Oh, wow. She took us to church, right? Like, I don't know about you, but I feel like I just went to church, and we could not expected anything less. Says that was an amazing message. You know, I remember when you said, you know what, this is Thanksgiving, we're not counting calories, and I saw Evans laugh. So we're bringing a dietitian next. I don't know what he's going to say, but the pastor said a word. We're going to hear what the dietitian has to say about that. And you said a lot of powerful things. I'd like to go on Facebook with Adora on Facebook. If there are any questions for Nancy, I know Tasha's on YouTube. If there are any questions, and also here, if you have any questions, you know, Pastor Nancy's here. This is your opportunity to talk with her directly, and she would go ahead and answer them for you. And while we're waiting on questions to come in, I do want to ask you though, because you talked a lot about, you know, making sure our cups are filled so we can pour from the overflow. What are some strategies that you use? Because I know you wear so many hearts yourself. You know, what are some strategies you use to make sure that you're feeding from your overflow and not feeding from that half cup?
Yeah. I try to, thank you so much for that question. I think that's a really great question. I try to really gauge, you know, when I notice that my response to the people that I serve or the areas where I am meeting needs, when my attitude maybe changes a little bit, where I begin to be quickly agitated, or I'm exhausted and I'm quick with my words. That is the first indication to me that I need to pull away. I need to be still, and I need to pray. And in this last pray differently. I've learned and have been engaging in something that is called contemplative prayer. It has to do more with a form of meditation where you're meditating on the goodness of God. You're meditating on a particular word or scripture. And so it doesn't necessarily require that you sit there and just say a ton of things, because I think sometimes when we think of prayer, it can be intimidating if in our mind we're like, I don't know what to say. Right.
Yes.
And so I've been practicing that for the last several years, and it has revolutionized my connection. And so that's one of the main things that I do, contemplative prayer. I sit, I'm still, I'll take a scripture, I'll take a thought, and I will just meditate on that. And I'll begin to hone in and lean into how God is relating that thought to my life. And that brings a calm to me so that I can go back and be a better caregiver, be a better leader in the areas that I'm called.
Oh, that's beautiful. So and I like that you talked about knowing yourself, right? Knowing when you're being quick with your words and stuff like that. We've had those conversations, so I appreciate you for sharing. I see Evan said that was powerful. Awesome. And I agree, that was very powerful. I don't think we're going to go ahead. Thank you. Feel free to go into the QA and respond. I know we are filming on 3 different platforms, but please feel free to go ahead and respond. So if they're coming from Facebook, I'll make sure I redirect them to you. Thank you so much. Everybody, let's give Pastor Nancy a hand. Yes. If you're watching from Facebook, give some hearts. From YouTube, do leave a comment. If you're right here on Zoom, let's give her, let me see in the chats, let's give her a hand. And, yes. And we're going to go ahead and bring in somebody that, I know Evans from the community. Okay. When we talk about people that are very involved in the community, this man, I see you everywhere doing stuff, not for you, but for the people. And so it's an honor to really have you come share this stage with us. I know you're very big in the health and wellness industry. You're very big about people really taking care of themselves, not just internally, but externally as well. So physical wellness, as much as, overall wellness is a big thing for you. So when we were looking for a dietitian, nutritionist, we couldn't go anywhere else because we had you right here. So Evans, I would like to go ahead and bring you to the screen to just bless us today. I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. Perhaps we would chat after during your QAs on, us eating, because I've not been counting calories. So I don't know if you're about to pull a whip for us, but Pastor Nance is covering. So please welcome no one else but Evans Armstrong.
Well, thank you, Linda. Thank you so much for this awesome, introduction, this opportunity to share with our healthcare professionals as we are, putting the mask on ourselves first. Here at Senior Fit, and about 50% of our clients are in the health field, so we can totally appreciate everything that you guys are bringing to the table, especially in these, as we still calling it, after about 7 months, unprecedented times. Today, I'm going to share with you 4 tips for successful meal planning. A little bit about myself. I'm the CEO and founder of Senior Fit. Senior Fit is Kent County's leading transformation studio for busy professionals to help them lose weight, fit their clothes better, and increase their confidence. Back in 2000, actually, while I was in the military, I actually struggled with weight for about 5 years. I was on the Fat Boy program. And then shortly thereafter, after getting out the military, one of my mentors, a local physician, said, Evans, why don't I help teach you about metabolism? And I wound up losing about 40 pounds, and it sparked this desire to empower individuals through health and fitness. I later competed in my own, fitness shows from there, and continued to grow the business. Since launching the business, I've Picked up quite a bit of certifications, anywhere from, nutritional certifications to personal trainer to movement certifications, to really ensure that we're helping people at every phase of life. Most of the clients I work with are busy professionals, and they don't have time to go out and risk their health with someone that randomly out there to potentially get injured. A little about Senior Fit. Like I said, we launched in 2009. Since our launch, we've helped actually over 2,500 people lose over 35,000 pounds now. In 2017, we was awarded Fitness Business of the Year in North America, which was kind of cool. And 2017 and 18, recognized by Governor Carney as for Small Business of the Year. Even recently, we got the SBA, the Small Business Association Veteran-Owned Business of the Year, as well as the Chamber of Commerce Member of the Year award. So we've just been blessed over the years to be able to impact people. But today I'm really excited to talk to you, share with you guys concerning the 4 steps for successful meal prepping. Before I dive into that, I really want to talk about this idea of, health and fitness. And many times you've heard things like, 80% of fitness is nutrition and 20% of it is exercise. But what if that information is actually wrong, or completely wrong at that? We're finding out that if you look at it, people are not, building muscles from food. And on the other side, you've probably experienced or know people who've exercised very hard and didn't lose weight. So we like to say that they're 100%. The reality is that when you combine both of them, they have some really awesome catalytic effects. With exercise, there's a lot of mental benefits with exercise, and that could be anywhere from reducing risk for heart disease to decreasing risk factors for diabetes and osteoporosis. It's even as effective as Prozac for people with depression or behavior therapy. Even Alzheimer's, was commonly called type 3 diabetes today. We're seeing that there's a decrease by 1/3 for people who regularly exercise and build muscle in that midlife time frame. On the nutrition side, nutrition has a ton of benefits as well, anywhere from weight loss to decrease in risk for cardiovascular disease, better energy, better mood, and even increased memory. So we need both exercise and nutrition to move us successfully towards our outcomes. When we start this fitness journey today, the goal is not to focus on how much weight you can lose. It's really to focus on how much fat you can lose. Fat, we know, or adipose tissue, is a very inflammatory tissue, and it's at the seed bed. Inflammation is at the seed for almost all disease processes today. So if we can decrease the fat on our body, we also can decrease our risk factors for disease. This lady here, Lisa, she came to us. She's actually 50 years old. Doesn't look like in the picture, but she started with us last year, and this is about 4 months into her journey, right through the holiday season. She lost 4 inches across her waist. What's even more remarkable, though, is that from the picture to the left and the picture to the right, it's only a 4-pound difference. And so what happens? She actually gained some muscle and lost some fat and looks 10 times better, which is amazing. So that's the idea, is to ensure that we're going for leanness. As we talk about leanness, one of the most important things to understand is something called body composition. And what body composition has to do with, not just the number on the scale, because the number on the scale, it tells you, hey, everything adds up to X. But it doesn't tell you of that total weight, how much is muscle tissue, how much is fat, what's bones, organs, fluid in the body. So many times that scale weight can be very discouraging. You may start on your plan, you're like, yes, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm exercising 3-4 days a week. I'm following my nutrition, and you jump on a scale a week later and your weight's up. And it could be that you lost, some fat and gained some muscle, and you have a completely different body composition, which is actually healthy and great for you, and is going to move you to your goals long term. But if we rely on that scale, which fluctuates every single day, then we can be very, very discouraged. So as we look at this body composition, I want to review kind of what it is and maybe help you set some goals for where you'd like to be. So as Senior Fit, though, we look a little bit more than just the scale weight. We look at your measurements, we look at those pictures, we look at a lot of different variables to determine if you're moving in the right space. Even things like sleep quality and stress management are signs that your metabolism is healing. So if you're, like we call level 1, is someone who's over 30% body fat. Well, according to American College of Sports Medicine, if you're a female and you're over 32% body fat, you're considered obese. And if you're over 40, you're considered morbidly obese. Over 50 is considered super obese, and you're at risk for a host of diseases. You typically, of course, don't have a lot of muscle definition at this level. Your energy can be taking a risk. There may be other comorbidities like high blood pressure and high cholesterol and, pain in your joints, all tied to just the amount of weight that you have. Similarly, for men, those numbers are 25% or greater is considered obese, and over 35% is considered morbid, and over 40 is super obese for men. So at this point, our life expectancy is actually predicted to decrease, and our risk factor for what's called metabolic syndrome is actually higher at these higher fat percentages. Level 2 would be to lean out a little bit, and this is what we call the average level of leanness. It's still, according to American College of Sports Medicine, it's still considered over fat. And the reason why a lot of people in the medical community are using it over fat versus overweight, because we are finding some people who are at higher percentages of body fat, even though their weight is at a normal weight. So they still may see some responses in there, but their energy might be a little better, but they still may struggle with sleep. But even at this leaner levels, you're enjoying exercise a lot more, and your sleep quality is increasing big time. Healthy and fit for a man is about 12 to 15%. Now, honestly, I couldn't find a picture that showed 12 to 15%. Most guys do not have abs at 12 to 15% body fat. But somewhere in that realm, you're beginning to feel a little leaner. You're beginning to see a little bit of your muscle tone at that level. And for women, you're looking at 22, 24%. You can actually maintain this level of fitness your entire life. Now there are some trade-offs, meaning if you're at this level of fitness, you just don't eat anything all the time, and you definitely are more aware at social gatherings or your frequency eating out. You've learned how to enjoy cooking and eating things that you make in your home versus buying things in a fast food store. You probably have a little more vegetables in your diet and things like that. But that is very realistic for everyone to shoot for as far as a goal number. Then there's all those people who say, I want a beach body. I want to be ripped, and for a man, that's under 11%. And for women, it's about 18 to 21%. Or 19 to 21%. And it's actually a little tougher at this point here to maintain this body. So it's possible, but it's very strict. And sometimes you're sacrificing other pleasures for this kind of physique. It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of work. It is possible, but again, not necessarily maintainable for a lot of levels. I don't really like talking about more than level 4, level 6. You have those six-pack abs individuals, and the reality is that that doesn't hold at all. Even the best fitness models in their off season, they're at this level of beach body or at level 3 in there. So that's that super lean body. Sometimes it's because of social media. We're like, that's what I want. But we maintain, especially for women at these low levels of body fat, it can throw off your cycle and things like that. So some people manage it very well, but a lot of people do not. So again, healthy, fit is a very, very good goal, whether it's beach body or just healthy and fit at these levels are very, very realistic. It is harder and harder the leaner we get, to lose it. So as we discuss, these different percentages and these different levels, and you say, hey, Evans, I just don't want to be over fat anymore. I want to be able to be comfortable in my clothes. I want to have more energy. I want to have self-confidence. The question is, what gets you there and how do you get there? And, one thing I see that's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding in the marketplace is the idea of meal prepping. For most of my clients, when we talk about this idea of meal prepping, these images here is what they think of. They immediately check out. They go, Evans, I can't do that. I have a family. I'm running a business. I'm working multiple shifts. Did you see the coronavirus? They have us on 12s and 15-hour days. I'm doing 3 12s. I don't have time to pack my fridge with a bunch of things that's separated. And honestly, I agree. I would never recommend for people to do all this stuff that you see in here. So I'm going to give you tips that are sustainable. I use every single week, and you can do it with a family. So As we look at this, it's 4 steps. So it's super easy again, or simple. I don't want to say easy, but it's very simple to do. The first step is just choosing the food that you want. So each week, remember, all your food is either protein, a carbohydrate, or fat. So I recommend getting 3 to 6 choices from each of the categories. So if I look at my meal plan, I typically think of my meal plan with proteins first, and I may pick 3 to 6 items. So I say, I'm gonna have eggs for breakfast, or actually I'm gonna do some egg whites as well. For my lunch, I may have some turkey or chicken cooked. For dinner, I may want some ground beef or ground or some fish, whatever I want to pick. I just pick 5 or 6 of those things, or 3 to 6 of those things, and that's what I'm going to work with that week. Similarly, for my carbohydrates, I want to make sure I have the things that I want for my carb sources in there. And then for my fats, the same. As we look at the macronutrients, understand that each macronutrient is very important. So we need protein for several reasons. As we begin to age, our body's ability to have what's called muscle turnover or maintain your muscle tissues decrease. So you need protein to hold that nice lean muscle in that body that you want. It's a critical component to your metabolism long term. Carbohydrates fuel you. It's actually the only macronutrient you can live without, but they do provide energy for your body and your brain. In your brain, you have what's called the blood glucose barrier, and carbs can go through that and feed your brain. And unless someone's doing a ketogenic diet and truly in ketosis, that's the only other time you can access that with ketones other than carbohydrates. And you do need fat. So fat's not necessarily bad. It just has the most amount of calories per gram. But you need fat because fat's going to help you get healthy hormone balance and hormones throughout your body. So you pick your choices, and then you can build your plan from there. So the next step is, after we've done that, it was we bulk cook in simple methods. And this works well if you have a family, which many of us do. You can start cooking a lot of your foods at one time. So you don't need the newest, fanciest thing out there. You can use an Instapot, a slow cooker, and an oven, and go to town. And that's going to give you a lot of choices. So you can say, hey, that chicken, that beef, that, even my eggs, I can cook all those at one time for several days or for the week. And the family can eat off of it, and you can just portion out what you need for each day, which makes it a lot easier. The only thing I cook like fresh, like on the spot cooking, is a lot of my vegetables. I don't like it to sit in the fridge for 4 days or 3 days. So I will cook, vegetables each night, but veggies take 7 to 10 minutes, and I can mix up things with that. So these are little tips on the screen here that can give you some guidance on how do you prep your food for, at one time. The third piece is you build your menu. So you start thinking about, okay, I have chicken in the fridge. Do I want chicken today? Okay, I'm gonna have chicken. Okay, I need to have veggies. And if I'm looking to cut fat, I want most of my plate to be veggies, right? So at least half my plate is veggies. I want my, 30, to 40 grams of protein in each meal. So I may pick up some steak or some chicken or some eggs or whatever I'm getting from there. And then, I want to figure out what's my starchy carb, so I may say, hey, I want some rice, or today I have some sweet potato. And then fats are my leftovers. Kind of, if I'm eating a lean meat source, then I'm going to add some extra fats, some nuts, a mayonnaise, some cheese and stuff like that. And then if I'm eating a fattier meat source like a salmon, I don't need to add fat because there's a lot of fat in the salmon. So this makes it very easy each day to just go, oh, okay, what do I want? You know what? I want tuna fish salad. Well, my tuna is already there. That comes pre-cooked already, so that's good to go. I can grab some mayo, and then what I'm going to put the salad on. Oh, I'm going to do some crackers today, or I'm going to do some bread, or I'm going to do something else. And then I can pick what are the veggies I'm going to eat, and this is the veggies that I choose. So this is a simple way to do it, and you can use a whole menu for the week if you're that kind of person, or not. The last thing, which makes it so much fun, is adding flavor. So even though I have my chicken, I have chicken breast, I cook enough chicken breast to take me through the week at one time. Each time I eat the chicken may be a little different. Meaning, I may say, hey, I'm going to add some barbecue sauce to that pre-cooked chicken breast, and now I have barbecue chicken. Or I may add some soy sauce with some ginger, and now I have some Asian version of this cooking. So I can constantly play around with different combinations. I can take Greek yogurt and some dill, and I can go down the Mediterranean flavor profile. I can add hot sauce to something and go down there. So if I have the base of food created, I can constantly change around what it looks like each and every day. So at Senior Fit, what we do is we help people both on the training side and the nutrition coaching side. We literally have, like, one of my nutrition coaches are in Germany. Because of technology, we're able to coach people right across the world today, which is awesome. But every single person starts with a customized plan specific for them. We do formal check-ins where you're able to communicate with your coach every single week. It takes a couple of minutes to do. And then we continue to educate you with lifestyle strategies to help you move towards your goal. We have over thousands of hours in our platform called Seismic that we use to coach people with individually. Normally, our nutrition coaching runs about, for 6-month commitments, $200 a month, and then for a 12-month commitments, $160 a month. Because we're at Black Friday, we're doing this Black Friday special, and we're smack in the middle of it here. So you guys actually can get 3 months of coaching for $100 a month. Regardless, at any time, you can always feel free to reach out, ask questions on how you can take it to the next level. You can connect with us on Facebook at Senior Fit, or through YouTube at Senior Fit, or just feel free to just give us a call at any time. We do put a lot of content out there to support people along this journey. Again, my name is Evans, and I'm really excited to help you guys take your health and fitness to the next level as you unmask yourself in this season.
Oh, wow. I am just sitting here and taking it all in. I feel you just changed the trajectory. What you came in and said, forgot everything you used to know about meal prep and dieting and all of that stuff. And I'm looking at, because I have people texting me, I have this, and you know what? This has been very valuable and very educational. And I'm glad we're recording this, because I would go back, and I know a lot of people are going to go back, and I'm excited your message about, I just bought some containers, Evans. So so I just bought a whole lot of containers during Black Friday sale. So I guess I have to really think on how I utilize those containers with the information you shared. I know one of the comments was from Georgia saying they really need that. And I think you kind of answered that. Can you explain just a little bit more how you work with your clients remotely? Because I know you also have a physical location here in Delaware. So these remote clients, are they getting those same quality of service remotely? If you can just touch a little bit on that.
Absolutely. First, again, thank you for having me on. And just really quick with your containers, you can still use them, just use them for that one day. I know you have children and a husband, so everybody can eat from the bulk cooking. You just pack your food in the container and take it with you when you have to go to the base. But all of our clients, whether local or remote, get the exact same service. So for the nutrition, it's 100% online anyway. So even if you're a client that comes in physically and trains, we still do everything remotely on the nutrition side. And then on the personal training side, remote is a customized experience with the client. So we don't do like a YouTube video, you're watching us work out or something weird like that. Everything is assessment based and individualized, because what works for you will not work for someone else. And that's where the industry, kind of fell apart, where we use this idea of, hey, this is what I'm doing and it helped me, so you should be doing that. Well, once we start dialing into metabolism, we have to look at stress, sleep, hunger cues. We have to look at, your entire life, and how do you weave this behavior change into your lifestyle in a sustainable manner. And to be honest, it's going to look different for everyone. So for a remote client, just like an in-person client, it's 100% customized.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And somebody's saying, how can they get more information? So when you get a chance, if you can just type, website and all of that stuff in the chat. And Adora, you said there's a question from Facebook. I'm waiting for it. She says, is this posted to read more about the plans? And I don't think I understand that. I think somebody's asking about, do you have like a Black Friday special? Is that
it? Yes, we do. So right now it's 50% off on our nutrition coaching for 3 months is our Black Friday special.
Okay. So I think we
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, Adora, did I answer that question? Did Evans answer that question about a Black Friday special? Oh, they want to know where it's posted. Is it on your website, Facebook? Where can
It's
they
on our
find it?
Facebook. It's on our Facebook page, and then they can just email admin, ADMIN, at seeingyoufit.com. And then, my office manager will send it to them. We'll honor anyone who's come through here because we understand that there's a slight delay in receiving the information. So it'll still be honored beyond, today and Black Friday.
Awesome. You heard that. And to all the healthcare workers, whether you're watching this live or you're watching the replay, this is valuable information, especially after Thanksgiving. So, and with the new year coming up, that's a desire to get their fitness right and stuff like this. Even though, by March, some people are lacking. That's why we need, these services so you stay consistent and execute your plan. So whether you're, no matter what healthcare industry you are, fitness is wellness. So let's definitely take advantage of these services that are provided. Dr. Eunice, Eunice Solutions, thank you again for bringing these experts to really come and pour into everybody in here. Evans, thank you so much for your
Thank you for
time
having me
today. And just thank you for all you continue to do in the community. Wow. Let me see, because I see the chat is a little quiet right now. Can you just share? And if you are watching and have a social media account, definitely share this word. The hashtag is just hashtag put your mask on first or hashtag eUnity Solutions. We want to hear your experience both right here within the Zoom. We want to see your experience all over social media. If you hear something from my experts that really speaks to you, or something that you say, you know what, I'm going to contact Pastor Nancy for this thing. I will contact Evans for this thing. Definitely hashtag that thing. Let's show them some love. Let's spread the word out there. Again, put your mask on first and eUnity Solutions. If somebody can type those hashtags in the comments so people can see both on YouTube, Facebook, that will be awesome. I'd like to go ahead and bring in our next speaker. This is a sister that I have just been blessed, and I keep telling you all, and I keep saying I've been blessed. I really am very happy with, the circle of wealth of knowledge that comes with the people in the circle that, we're connected to. This lady, is somebody that used her story and her life experiences. She life. So she is the founder and owner of She'll Rise. And somebody just said that's the lady they've been waiting for. Awesome, awesome. And I'm really about to, just bring her on. So Melanie Wilson, let me tell you, when we were looking for somebody to really come and speak to, that mindfulness, wellness, we couldn't think of a better mindfulness and wellness coach other than Melanie. She's just one of the best in the industry, and she's been pouring into women all over Delaware and across the nation, just again through her story. There's nothing like when you share from your experience, right? When you can package experience and expertise into one package, that's really unbeatable. So without much ado, I would like to bring on my sis, Melanie, to the stage.
Hello there. So my name is Melanie Wilson, and I am the owner and founder of She'll Rise, LLC. It is an incredible honor to have been invited to this platform to speak to you today. Linda, I'm grateful for you reaching out for that beautiful introduction, and I'm excited to bring this topic to you today. Self-advocacy, it's our responsibility. So there are several key takeaways that I'll incorporate into what I bring to you today, but I just want to call them out briefly. The first one is burnout. Can it be avoided? It can be avoided, but how? The signs are there. Are you ignoring or acknowledging them? I feel it coming on. Now what? Healthy isolation. Do you understand it, and are you leveraging it? And then 3 key strategies to help you maintain mental and emotional stability when you are in overdrive. So self-advocacy, it is our responsibility, but what does that mean? When we make the choice to go into a human services field, regardless of what the concentration is, the discipline is, we have a strong passion to serve and to advocate for others. It is important to each of us to stand up for, protect, and serve those people we're showing up for. We want to make sure their needs are being met, looking out for their best interest, standing up against wrongdoings, guiding and educating. But the irony here is that when it comes to self-advocacy, most of us, and I am certainly guilty of this myself, we don't do it so well. We don't always apply that concept to our own lives. So self-advocacy is imperative, especially when you are in careers or positions that require so many selfless acts. When practicing self-advocacy, you are deciding what is important to you. You know what your rights and responsibilities are. You speak up for your well-being. You are able to make appropriate decisions that affect your life. As a result, you recognize and acknowledge your needs and will feel a sense of control and empowerment to not only speak up for yourself, but to take action to protect your mental and emotional well-being. So we are able to self-advocate pretty much anywhere. It's unfortunate, though, that we often forget to do this for ourselves. What we do is implement our own mental limits and prevent ourselves from being seen, heard, and known. This is where we need to focus in. The topic of today is self-advocacy. It is our responsibility. This is how we prevent burnout. This is how we acknowledge the signs and take action. We self-advocate to manage, recover, improve, instead of ignoring, which ultimately leads to burnout. But what are the signs? So the signs of burnout can be emotional or physical. Emotional can be things like agitated, irritated, frustrated. Maybe you're short-tempered, detachment, depression, anxiety, feeling ineffective in whatever your position is, lack of focus, forgetfulness, that deer in the headlights look, where you just kind of shut down and your body is there, but mentally you're just not present. Physically, headaches, nausea, vomiting, fatigue, diarrhea, shortness of breath, weakened immune system. Maybe you have a loss of appetite and you're noticing that you're losing weight. Or maybe you are an emotional eater and you are eating in an attempt to alleviate the stress you are consumed by. You no longer enjoy your work, career, or position. Negative self-talk ignites, and suddenly you start to shift to being more pessimistic. Isolation can begin to set in, not wanting to be social or have any human interaction because it so easily triggers anger. Remember, one of the signs is agitated, irritated, frustrated, short-tempered. When the toxic talk is setting in and we're losing focus and becoming forgetful and we want to withdraw and detach, the isolation sets in, and any type of human interaction can quickly trigger a lashing out or a shutting down. Burnout is very, very serious. I'm sure some of you are beginning to nod in agreement like, yep, I can relate. That's me. I understand this from experience, being in a position where I didn't know that I could say no. And I allowed myself to overcommit, not recognize what my actual capacity was. And it led me to a point of burnout. You are here because you're beginning to feel this, Or maybe you're on the verge of it, but you showing up today says, I'm ready to choose something different. First truth you need to understand is that you are not alone. I have experienced it, and I guarantee you, to your left, to your right, in front of you, behind you, regardless of where you are, someone can say, I understand. I can relate too. Second truth, you do have the power to self-advocate and take care of your needs. Third truth, if you don't respond, listen again, if you don't respond to what your needs are, it's just a matter of time before you will be forced to respond. Burnout can be avoided, but how? First and foremost, we need to be realistic and understand that there's always the potential for burnout, especially during a pandemic. And a proactive approach is critical. Right now, there is such a high demand on being selfless and going above and beyond what your capacity is, what your limits are. And we don't hesitate because it's our passion to show up and serve and to protect and advocate for others. But what we need to be cautious of is that we don't neglect our own mental, emotional, and physical needs in the process. When the signs are there, do not ignore them. Acknowledge them, speak up, and ask for help. And I challenge you to not only speak up and ask for help, but actually invite the help in, receive the help. I can't tell you how many years I went at it alone because, one, I didn't think I needed the help because I was afraid that I would appear weak. And two, if I did speak up, I didn't actually let the help come in. I didn't invite it in. I didn't receive it. So not only do we need to acknowledge it and speak up and ask for help, but then you need to go to the next level. Invite the help in and receive the help. Ignoring the signs does not make them go away. And this is not proactive at all. This actually positions you for a burnout. And then a reactive approach of desperation and extreme measures. You have a choice. And again, I commend you for participating in this conference because it tells me that you want to gain wisdom, to recognize the signs, but then also gain strategies to know when the signs are there, what can you do next to self-advocate and take care of your mental and emotional stability, your mental and physical well-being. When you feel it coming on, that is the ideal time to self-advocate. But I want to equip you today with 3 strategies. Yes, you can use these as a reactive action, but if you implement these 3 strategies and they become a consistent practice, you will not get to the point of being on the verge of a burnout. You will be way ahead of it, very aware, very in tune and aligned with what your needs are, and being able to take care of those needs. So I want to equip you with 3 strategies that you can implement to better manage when the signs appear, or better yet, stay ahead with a healthy, proactive approach driven by the importance of understanding our responsibility to self-advocate. There is nothing more frustrating than to be in a position where you are struggling, and whether it's professionally or personally, and no one steps in to help. No one recognizes. No one says, hey, you look like you might be stressed. How can I help? Yes, we want that. And we do have some people in our lives, professionally and personally, that can be that person. But this is why the self-advocacy is so critical. When these things are going on, instead of waiting for someone else to acknowledge and step in to alleviate and to help and to assist, you are self-advocating in a healthy way to stay in front of it. So the first strategy, you heard me talk in the key takeaways about healthy isolation. Now, when it comes to depression and anxiety, isolation can be one of those go-to coping mechanisms where we just detach, we disappear, we run, we hide, we cut everything off. But there is a healthy isolation that I want to educate you about because it's one of the key strategies here that's so valuable. Healthy isolation allows you to experience a sense of peace and calm when you learn to be still with yourself. And granted, I understand being still is incredibly difficult in itself. It encourages self-care by making yourself a priority and walking away from arguments that you have no business being involved in or stressful situations that you need to take a break from. Promotes self-care, promotes making yourself a priority, keeps you in a healthy mindset and out in front of the potential issues. Improves our relationships, again, personally and professionally. Solitude is a time for us to center ourselves and increase our ability to create authentic, genuine bonds with others. If you are not taking care of yourself, you're not grounded and centered, but you're always in a state of chaos and confusion and revved up, it's difficult to connect. It's difficult to listen. It's difficult to show up and participate and serve and be valuable. So giving yourself the opportunity to have solitude, that healthy isolation, is incredibly beneficial. Increases our concentration because we learn to remove ourselves from distractions and a constant stimulus that promotes thinking, focusing, and retaining information. And if you remember, one of the signs that I talked about was lack of focus and forgetfulness. So implementing this strategy is going to help with that. So how I teach the isolation to my clients is your 3 pockets. An AM pocket where you're intentional about breathing, enjoy your coffee, get ready for your day, your people, your to-do list. An afternoon pocket, take your lunch, taste it, acknowledge you are eating it so it registers, breathe, and make good food choices. Your PM pocket, fuss over yourself, wash your face, use moisturizer, get comfy, slippers, pajamas, listen to music, candle, read, podcast, breathe, and prepare for rest. The second strategy is super simple. Power in the pause. Stop. Close your eyes. Breathe with intention. Long inhales counting to 4. Exhales counting to 4. Repeat 3 I am statements that manifest clarity, strength, and recharge you. Feel your jaw unclench, your shoulders drop from your ears, your fists release. When this shift occurs, open your eyes and return to what you are doing. The final strategy is to implement a creative outlet: journaling, coloring, yoga, walks, working out, dancing, singing. These 3 key strategies require consistency, but I guarantee you, you will get ahead of the game and manage the signs to avoid a burnout. If you need assistance with any of this, don't hesitate to reach out. We can elaborate, we can connect, we can help to strategize for your unique situation. But again, these 3 strategies will help you cope effectively and stay in a healthy mindset that is driven by self-advocacy, because it is your responsibility.
Oh, wow. Self-advocacy is your responsibility. You couldn't have articulated that any better. And you look gorgeous, as always. Yes. How is Florida treating you? Now, you're on mute. Melanie, you're on mute.
There we go.
Awesome.
All right, can you hear me now?
All that Florida sun, you need to send some down here to Delaware.
Yes, I'm sending it.
Absolutely. I just love your delivery. I love that you always drop strategies about, just taking care of self mentally, emotionally. And every time you share. I know Anko is on here saying how much you help. I don't know if that's him or her on their journey. That's amazing because this is a message that we hear all the time when we hear Melanie. So I'll go on to Facebook to see if we have any questions for Melanie, and YouTube, or I don't see any in the forum right now. But I do want to ask you, Melanie, how has this pandemic been for you in your engagement? I saw a lot of people saying that they've really had difficulty connecting with loved ones and other people during this pandemic. How has this pandemic changed the trajectory between, the kind of clients that come to you or the direction that you've taken your clients? Do you find that the pandemic has negatively impacted them? Did that create more workload for you as a healthcare provider? And how did you actually deal with that so you can equally take both care of your patients and yourself?
Yes. Surprisingly, I embraced the quarantine, the pandemic with open arms because it forced me to make a shift for the business that God was putting on my heart months prior. So it just kind of sped things up. There was confirmation, it's time to go online. Going online with the program now allowed me to reach many more women as a result, because we no longer had those travel barriers and so forth. There was an influx of clients reaching out because many of us who are actually diagnosed with depression and anxiety saw a spike because the pandemic was a ton of uncertainty and chaos and confusion, really having to isolate in a way that isn't healthy for those of us with anxiety and depression. In addition, people who may not have had an actual diagnosis, because of the uncertainty, the chaos, the confusion, really not knowing what was coming with this whole pandemic, anxiety started to set in. So many more women were reaching out because they needed to be able to more effectively manage how they were feeling, how they were taking care of themselves. Because now, in addition, jobs were changing, kids were home, husbands were home. The whole dynamic of the household was changing and evolving, and it was very sudden. So there was no way to prepare or plan. So clients who were currently in the program were already ahead of the game, better equipped to handle what was being thrown at us. They could use their strategies right out of the gate and effectively manage. New clients coming in were hungry for ways to better manage, not only for themselves, but then also be able to turn around and teach their children and their spouses how to manage what was going on more effectively. So everything that I teach is transparent. And what that means is, yes, it is applying to us as individuals specifically, but what you learn becomes a new way of thinking, a new way of living, a new way of behaving. So it then impacts the dynamics of relationships around you, environments around you. So personally and professionally, your marriage, how you parent, your friendships, your coworkers, and so forth. So fortunately, the pandemic was a beautiful blessing for me, and I'm grateful that I was able to respond with obedience and receive it as it was intended, and then be there equipped and ready to step into battle with these women who were like, you know what? I don't know what to do. I can't handle this. It's too much. I'm tired. I'm scared. I'm worried, and I need somebody that can help. So it was a beautiful thing for me.
Awesome. I like how you said stepped into battle, because it does feel like a battlefield some days, but it is, we are to be reminded that we are conquerors. We are overcomers, exactly. and we are winners. So we always evolve from this. So for just all our healthcare workers watching live or that will be watching the replay, definitely it's so important, right? We can't take care of other people if we're not emotionally, mentally well ourselves. So these services, again, all these experts that we are bringing in are for you. And that's why we started with a pool to see where you are mentally, emotionally, physically, and all like that. So we can continue to bring the services that been my next question. So yes, great minds think alike. Definitely go ahead and connect. Do not miss the opportunity. eUnity Solutions has brought these experts together for you, giving you tools on how to go out there and better take care of yourself. Put your mask on first so you can better put other people's mask on. So let's take a little break. Don't go far. We will be back in 15 minutes. So just a little after 1 o'clock, we're going to be back. So enjoy the music. So Azuma and his team, they are back handling production, and he promised me that the music will be remarkable. So I'm ready to dance. So just enjoy the music. Enjoy to hear more about eUnity Solutions. Just enjoy to hear about some of our vendors and sponsors. And don't go far. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and join us back here right around 10 after 1. Thank you all so much. And also use this time to share. Let's keep sharing on social media how the event is going. Hashtag put your mask on first and eUnity Solutions. Thank you all, and see you back here at 10.
on Misha.
I was this little girl who had a dream of going to college after high school to earn a PhD so I could become a teacher as my daddy. My father always told me, never give up on your dreams.
We are a multi-dimensional consulting company. We focus on promoting culture, diversity, and inclusion while providing a wide array of other cutting-edge services, such as our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference that's held every September, our Put Your Mask On First retreat for caregivers, both family and professional caregivers, our Burnout or Blossom course, which is a survival guide for our family and professional caregivers as well. And also we have our effective cross-cultural communication workshops.
Your purpose, it has got to be so strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a fresh perspective on cultural awareness, giving leaders the tools they need to expand their capacity to achieve success together with their employees. And our vision is really to maximize corporate and organizational team performances, increase retention and improve internal and external customer relations through increasing cultural awareness and the power of diversity and inclusion. We also provide a diversity and cultural sensitivity training, teaching leaders of organizations that are interested in building anti-racial communities to leverage diverse talent so that they are improving those team performances. We will be happy to assist you in checking the pulse of your organization and helping you develop a program that is purposeful, intentional, and sustainable.
Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame.
Hi everyone, I am Tamika Collick, an independent stylist with Color Street. I want to come to you today to talk about Color Street. It is an amazing product. It is 100% real nail polish strips that require no heat, no tools, and no dry time. You can apply your nail polish strips and have an amazing salon quality manicure in as little as 10 to 15 minutes. I always ask my customers, what colors do they like? What styles do they like? You can apply Color Street nail strips on any type of nail or any shape of nail. So whether you have natural nails, whether you wear gels or acrylics, Color Street is for you. I always like to tell people how to apply and also show them how to apply the nail strips. I'm a teacher by heart, so that's my thing. I show and tell. So this is how you apply those amazing nail polish strips. It may take some practice, but I promise you will get it and you will have some very surprising and positive results. So people always ask, how do you remove the nail strips? All you have to use is nail polish remover, and you can use your favorite kind, whether you're dipping it into the bottle or whether you're using a cotton swab. You can use any type of nail polish remover you like, and that is how you remove the strips. So why don't you take that Color Street challenge? What that means is that I will send you nail strips to try for free, and then you can even wear them on 2 of your nails and then the rest liquid nail polish, and then see how each one lasts. And I promise you, you will be pleasantly surprised with Color Street. So if you want to earn some free and discounted items, why not host a nail bar? Invite your friends and family to a Facebook group that I set up, I prepare, and I'm going to coach you through all the steps and even provide you with some amazing tools so that you can have a rockin' nail bar. That's what we call our online parties, a rockin' nail bar. And even during COVID, we have been incredibly successful because we've been able to do Facebook parties and they have been absolutely amazing. So I invite you to come on and host a nail bar and get some free stuff. People always ask, why Color Street? Well, we are part of a billion-dollar nail polish industry, and we are just dry nail polish strips. Amazing. And I love getting paid weekly as a Color Street stylist. People ask, how long do they last? Well, Corporate policy is that they last up to 10 days, but as you can see, this is my 14-day mani, and they're still going strong. So why not think about becoming a stylist and join my amazing team, Motley Hued? I love teaching and coaching my teammates, and also just receiving a lot of these incentives that we receive as stylists. And this is just a sampling of what we get. So if you're interested in ordering today, and I promise you, you will not be sorry, check me out here. This is my website from where you can order. And also, if you have any questions, you can contact me here. Also, I welcome you to join my Facebook group and all of my social media pages so that you can stay connected. Thank you so much for joining me today. Have a blessed one.
Kicking my feet as I'm moving to the music. Step to the beat, I woke up today. Canceled all my plans and I stepped right outside with my guitar in my hands. And the notes became loud as the sound caressed the air. And I kicked it up a notch as I strolled without a care. Cause I'm going down the road to a brand new place. And I'll get there with a smile on my face. Yeah, so lift me up, I'm moving on. Singing and dancing while I play my song. Yeah, I'm having a good time, keeping it going. Come on, clap your hands and won't you sing along. And now let's take it up high. Give our
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a chance to grab some water, grab a snack, grab something to eat. Hope you had a chance to just stretch your legs a little bit. So, I am once more welcoming you to the Put Your Mask On First Caregivers Retreat. For those that are just tuning in, I am Linda Ray, your MC for the day. And we're just coming back from a break. We have enjoyed some experts share some phenomenal information from nutrition to getting your mind right to getting your life right so far, right? So we've taken care of a lot of that wellness part as we're going to progress into the mindfulness talk, go deeper into the mental wellness. And so I'm just excited for the remainder of the program that we have here with you today. But I hear we have a phenomenal person in our midst right now, somebody that has been a strong supporter of eUnity Solutions and all its initiatives, somebody that is a strong representation here in the state of Delaware, and just a great influence to women globally. So this woman is the first person of color to be instituted into the Delaware House of Representatives. Of color. And as somebody that every time I see her name somewhere, it really is an honor because she does phenomenal things in the community, whether not just for the state, but somebody that is truly, I look at her and I don't say a politician because she speaks her truth and she's truly for the people. So I would like to bring on stage right now none other than State Representative Sherry Dorsey Walker, representing District 3 here in Delaware. It is such an honor to have you here with us today, Representative Dorsey. And yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You see, Doris excited in the comments, seeing you, Representative Dorsey. So I know it's a lot of people excited to see you here today. So thank you so much. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just double checking to ensure that the audio is clear.
Yeah, we can hear you. If you can hear Representative Dorsey, let's see in the comments. Just say you can, yes, give a wave or something. Let's see in the comments if you can hear her. Awesome. Yes, awesome.
Okay, sounds great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. G, for having me, and thank you for putting this together. Such an important conversation about wearing masks. And one of the things that I would like to urge the listening audience is, while awaiting test results, if you get tested and you are awaiting test results, please self-isolate. It seems that that's what's leading to some of the community spread as well. When an individual gets tested and waiting for test results, then the individual continues with his or her life, but self-isolate until getting those results. And I'm saying that because those days, if you're not doing a rapid response test where you get your results within 10, 15, 20 minutes, then please self-isolate, because upon receiving a positive test, you've been at stores, you've been going about your natural life. In some cases, people have been going to work. And so in order for we, the citizens, to stop this community spread, we have to do our part, and that is wearing our masks, being responsible, and washing our hands. But the other part of this is, we can legislate all kinds of behaviors, but at the end of the day, and we can put laws in place, but at the end of the day, this comes down to personal responsibility too. And Dr. G, being a nurse, she stresses the importance of one wearing a mask. Oftentimes, we'll get comfortable around people who we know very well, and we may remove our mask, even in the presence of those who you absolutely adore. You could be the carrier of COVID-19 and end up giving it to someone who you love. So please just exercise responsibility. And as we go into this new legislative session, again, I would like to thank Dr. G for this wonderful conversation. I think it's important that we take a moment and figure out what it is that we as a community need. And what the COVID-19 has done is has exposed the inequities up and down the state as it pertains to people of color. One of the things that we, the members of the Delaware Legislative Black Caucus, what we did is we ensured that there was testing in our communities. And now we're very grateful that through partnerships with Newcastle County government and with the state that we're able to have testing in our communities. We also need to look at the fact that this is indeed an economic struggle. And I would like to take a moment and thank Dr. G for being on the subcommittee, the Economic Empowerment Subcommittee, of which I chair in conjunction with the African American Task Force. Because what we're finding is there are opportunities that our community, we're missing out on them. And some of those opportunities are around education as it pertains to equity in education. And we have procurement opportunities in our state that are escaping people of color. And so through our committee, we're looking to ultimately equalize the playing field. Now, we know it's not going to happen overnight. I mean, there are inequities as it pertains to the agriculture community. We have a small community of Black farmers in this state. So I'm just going to encourage you to work with us, we, the members of the Black Caucus, the members of your General Assembly, as we work on behalf of you, the people. Know that we love you, we care for you. Happy Thanksgiving to each and every one of you. And Dr. G, if you would like for me to entertain questions, I shall gladly do so. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Representative Dorsey Walker. Yes, we definitely do want to hear, if anybody has any questions across Facebook, YouTube, and right here, this is your opportunity to ask the state representative, especially about some of the initiatives that she is doing here in Delaware regarding this pandemic. So if we have any questions, and State Representative Dorsey, there has the questions are coming in, do you have any particular initiatives that you're something that has happened, but also some
where that there's equity. I mentioned a little earlier about creating opportunities for procurement for contractors of color and creating opportunities for Black wealth managers, and then looking at what needs to happen in our communities. I mean, some communities just didn't even have access to masks. Just partnering with churches. Last Saturday, that's one of the things I partnered with the Redeemed Church, and we gave away approximately 2,500 masks and gave away 100 turkeys. So one of the things that we're doing is we're working, several of the things we're doing is working to equalize the playing field. And one of the hardest lifts is going to be the new lawsuit set forth by the ACLU and Councilman Jay Street and the NAACP to ensure that there's equity in education. And this lawsuit, the funds from this lawsuit are supposed to go to communities where our children have struggled the most. So we're going to need your help, you, the viewing audience, to help us to ensure that those funds go where they are supposed to go, and that is to the communities that have struggled down through the years.
Oh, that is so amazing. Like I see I'm giving bravos, and I see the Conte too as well. Just all the things that you continue to advocate for. And I know you're very passionate about leveling the playing fields for our minority contractors in Delaware, because we see a lot of those discrepancies. So just thank you so much for just sharing that with us today. And so it was such an honor to have you here. If there are questions, we would make sure we channel them to State Representative Dorsey Walker. As they're coming in, ma'am, and know you're staying, please feel free to go in and just answer the chat with specific questions. But I really want to applaud you for all you're doing with Bill 191. And, you know, a lot of people, I've heard it the first time from you, that, you know, people of color are not protected, you know, in the state of Delaware. I heard it from another stage that you shared, and I'm sure somebody has learned that here today. So just, I really applaud you for all that you continue to do for the constituents here in Delaware and just across the nation. Thank you so much for coming on today.
And thank you for having me. And I did neglect to mention that we shall be adding Black history to the state's curriculum in the next legislative session. So it's important for our children to know from whence they come, and we are descendants of kings and queens. So thank you for the work that you're doing to bring about necessary change and bring about awareness. God bless you.
You too. Thank you so much. You heard it first from the Put Your Mask On First Caregiver Retreat. State of Delaware will be implementing Black history into curriculum here. That is amazing. I don't know if that's not amazing to you. I don't even know what to say. This is so amazing. Thank you so much, Representative Dorsey Walker, for all you continue to do here in the state of Delaware to advocate for small businesses like Unity Solutions, all our experts that presented here today. So we really just thank you for all the work you continue to do in the House. We're going to move forward and bring in our next expert presenter. This is a woman that I have had the honor to work alongside with. Not in the same field, but just because I put on the uniform. For those of you who know, I'm actively serving as somebody that is serving alongside with me in the civilian sector. She's a clinical neuropsychologist and really works with, you know, right now working with military personnel from diverse career fields and everything. So Dr. Cummins, she's going to be sharing with us today. You know, we talked about targeting all those areas that we believe our healthcare workers really need. She's going to hone into that mental health aspect. So again, when you see the surveys pop up, definitely take them, let us know what your needs are, so that we can continue to bring in this expert support. Into Cummins, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Linda, for that introduction. It is awesome to be a part of this retreat today, not only as a caregiver and a presenter, but also, as a caregiver and a participant. In fact, a caregiver who could actually use some tips from some of our excellent slate of presenters today. So looking forward to that. The title of this presentation is More Than Cabin Fever, Mental and Emotional Well-Being During COVID-19. I'm going to be talking about how, the initial antsiness or, stress can morph into something more serious over time due to, long-term care burden, as well as for self-care or recognition of, it's getting more than I can handle right now, and let me reach out to, whatever my resources are to get through this. The key takeaways, there are three. Primarily that the situation, of course, it goes without saying, pandemics or any type of tragedy or crisis can result in simple mental health conditions, be it something quite temporary, or something more long-term like we're experiencing at this point in time. Secondly, COVID-19 is unique, by no means the first pandemic of the 21st century, but it is in fact unique. By no means the most deadly, but still unique in terms of the scope and the rippling effects that we continue to feel now with some would say not much end in sight at this point in time. And thirdly, caregivers face unique challenges. Because COVID-19 is different than anything else we've seen before, there are some unique challenges that put us at risk for the development of some of these chronic conditions that I'll be talking about. Okay. Effects upon mental emotional well-being. We all know what cabin fever is, this idea that long-term confinement can lead to mild irritability, restlessness, and changes in our sleeping and eating and so on. I'll go beyond that, or before cabin fever sets in. In the case with COVID, initially there was, for some people, a period of respite from our daily routines, respite from, driving our long drives, our long commutes, respite from work stressors. For the folks I take care of, quite a few of them, they were, we would call and like, how are you doing? Great. I'm not going to work. I'm catching up on my sleep. We all, perhaps rediscover some long lost skills. For myself, I found my sewing kit, and I made some outfits for my grandbabies, my granddolls. I tried the baking thing, not very successful, but I'm sure you'll have some stories about it. The idea being that initially there was a period of, okay, we're gung ho, we're going to do this and see where it goes. Over time, fatigue has set in, burnout, and so on. We're also seeing the chronic effects of stress over time, what that looks like. So sleep changes can now, morph into sleep difficulties, difficulties due to grief, loss, perhaps burdened by stressors, perhaps you're burdened by all the educational obligations that you have now in terms of taking care of your kids and so on. Concentration difficulties, if not in your line of work as a caregiver, then perhaps in your line of responsibility, as a homemaker, a spouse, and parent, and so on. Increased use of maladaptive coping, whether it's, whatever your guilty pleasure is. Caffeine use increases, maybe less than healthy eating, or even substance use. Over time, as we're reaching for that, when stress sets in, one can find oneself doing this to kind of cope with the increased burden, care burden. Of course, there's a fear that's been brought on by the uncertainty. We don't know where things will end. We hope, but we don't know. Anger at loss, anger about, the situation, anger at ourselves, or failure of our country systems, political systems, wherever the case might be. This is an emotion that can set in as stress calcify over time or continues unabated over time. How is COVID-19 unique? Again, not the first pandemic of the 20th century, not the deadliest. The two most recent ones, at least that folks of my age range can kind of remember, Ebola and swine flu, certainly was in the news a lot. Our world is very, very much more connected 2 years ago than it is now. The spread has been quite rapid. And in some cases, between when the first cases emerged in Wuhan in fall of last year, in 2019, to now, just in the span of a year, pretty much nowhere in the known inhabited Earth, with a few exceptions, have been spared. And in a lot of cases, the impacts have arrived way before the illness has, whether it's, on the economy or isolation or the tourism or the travel industry. People are feeling the effects worldwide, even if the illness itself isn't there, which can all be sources of stress. The response to COVID has been unique as well. In my lifetime, I do not recall any such response. I'm sure there are lots of criticism about what is appropriate and what isn't, but the net of that, these lockdowns, whether it's closures of schools, hospital capabilities, food industries, businesses, and so on, the response has been unprecedented, and because of that, all these issues that then they impact us can be significant sources of stress. And again, no one has been spared. Whether you're a child that's perhaps not directly affected, you are affected in some way not go to school. Whether you live on one of those remote in one of those remote communities in Amazon that is perhaps not COVID-19, the illness hasn't appeared, you have felt the effects in one way or another. For caregivers, times in which the progression from cabin fever or progression from, mild irritability and stress reactions to something more serious can be the result of direct exposure in our line of work. Of course, we're deaf. We're witness to loss. We're witness to pain and suffering. And by being in that situation or having exposure to the situation, at risk of the development of a variety of clinical conditions, including depression, clinical depression, and anxiety conditions, various anxiety conditions. People will report, just trouble falling asleep and having images of, they were exposed to, recurrent images or intrusive thoughts and things like that. These are all characteristic of course, PTSD that could develop over time. So anxiety, stress reactions, depression, PTSD, these are all diagnosed mental health conditions, quite serious ones, that can develop as a result of our exposure in our line of work as caregivers, our line of duties as caregivers. And beyond that, too, other sources of stress or added stress should be in our personal lives. So this is what makes COVID-19 unique, right? We're caregivers perhaps in our professional lives, and we come home because of, the response, the lockdown. We have added responsibilities, worrying perhaps about our family's well-being, childcare responsibilities. Perhaps, your child's daycare was closed or reduced access and whatnot. And then educational responsibilities. Can't say this enough. As a parent, man, kudos to teachers. I have a lot of respect for them. Some time ago when I worked in schools, before I had kids, I would just be in awe of what they could do to control classrooms and really, instill learning. But having had kids and see, especially the stages that they're in, and being responsible for, their educational enrichment and progress, I do not want to be a teacher. I am not able to be a teacher, and I have a lot and lots of respect for teachers. But this is a source of a lot of stress for people that I take care of. All the time they come in, it's, they're discovering, oh my gosh, perhaps my kid has this X, Y, and Z that I wasn't aware of. They need more help, and I'm just losing my mind. I can't escape. Work is stressful, home is stressful, and so on. So this is a source for a lot of stress that can even amplify what we're experiencing in our line of work. So for risk factors, some added risk factors for these pretty, mild and adjustment-related actions to kind of calcify and develop into something more serious over time. And I think for this pandemic, we're getting there now. We're in, it's been a 3 month, and then 6 months, and then 9 months, and then it's been a year, and we still don't know where the end will be. In fact, things are ramping up as we speak. So, there's a lot of anxiety that comes with that. We're kind of coming to that territory now where burnout will set in, and these risks are amplified. Lastly, gender. 2 out of 3 caregivers in the U.S. are women, and this ratio encompasses, most of the frontline workers or essential workers, food service industry, restaurant industry, healthcare industry, and when they go home, they take a brunt of the care and home environment as well. Remember that teaching, they're taking the lead on that as well. So this is again another added source of stress. So it's like a triple or quadruple whammy, and setting one up for even the development of some of the issues that we're talking about here. Some tips for coping. This, of course, is just brief. We have some excellent panelists here that will talk about this a little bit more in terms of what one can do. I will say that having sort of an internal meter to kind of know yourself, know when you're getting into that, getting into that territory where you feel like, it's overwhelming. Whether it's reaching for that extra cup of coffee or a glass of wine, or just finding oneself like, a drag. That's a good measure to say, okay, perhaps I need to be more vigilant. Perhaps I need to reach out more to my resources. Perhaps things are, a little bit calcifying at this point, and let me reach out and see how I can address it before it becomes worse. Moderating our expectations, I can't say this enough, is extremely important. And this is true for all, especially for those of us caring for children. Our expectations of, behavior or of education. You're not going to teach your kid to be the next, Shakespeare or Whitman. You just want to get by. They're not going to be the next great novelist out there, but you just want to get by, and moderating on expectations, I think, can set one up for feeling that sense of accomplishment because you've gotten something. Media exposure, it's everywhere. I don't think you could escape it if you try. Turn on the radio, the newspaper, if you can find one, right? Social media, we are inundated with the information. Stepping back a little bit can help. It can be quite good for our mental health because we know that what we see and what we hear affects our mood quite significantly. So reducing that level of exposure can help kind of center us and maybe just ground and have a little bit of escape for however period of time that you're able to do that. And lastly, peer communication and support. Again, while this retreat is so important, this is actually excellent. The research shows that getting together and kind of commiserating, talking, sharing ideas, and feeling listened to, right? Our peers are not always in a position where they can kind of help us or make change, as in change our situation, whether it's our work situation, and so on. But they can empathize, they can offer support, mutual support, and that is extremely critical kind of getting through this. So hopefully I can pick up some tips from the other panel for some of the coping strategies that they have taught about or teach about. And go from there. Thank you very much. And that's it. I welcome any questions, thoughts, comments.
Thank you, Dr. Cummins. That was just amazing. So much insight about what's been going on through this pandemic and coping strategies. I like how you mentioned social media, because a lot of times we don't think about it, and we spend all this time on social media not knowing that that is an outlet that is actually clouding our minds. I know personally at some point during this pandemic, I had to take a social media pause, and I just got off social media for about 3 days, and I felt so rejuvenated. So I'm so glad you touched on that. I'll wait to see if there are any questions coming in, but I wanted to ask you, about, people seeking help in times like this, especially people of color. So there is the social norm that says that Black people really struggle with seeking mental help, even when they need it. And within the Black community, Black men struggle even most. I know working right now with most of your clients being military personnel, I know you're seeing different gender coming in and out, but just as your overall experience in your field, what are some ways that you can advise to help, these healthcare workers, family caregivers get their people to go seek the professional help that they need?
Sure. Thank you, Linda. And first, before we discuss, I just want to apologize for the quality of the video. It's all my fault. The tech team was awesome, very patient. We worked late into the night getting the kinks out, and any trouble you had hearing is 100% my fault. I just wanted to say that first.
Well, we pivot through the technical difficulties. That is fine. I'm sure everybody's on. Oh yeah.
Right.
We just expect those things will happen, and we keep going.
Absolutely. So back to your question, right? We're talking about COVID-19 and how it's disproportionately affected minorities. I think when you see the number for just sheer infection rates, severity, and then death rates, minority communities are hard hit. In my line of work, even before, COVID or just people coming in, the first thing without hesitation, people always apologize for coming in. And I always find that interesting. This idea that, my pain or my truth, whatever it is I'm experiencing, is so less than other people that I need to preface, whatever I'm coming in with, this is probably nothing much, and I just want to apologize. And it's pretty striking. I think, Pastor Nancy and Melanie talk about this idea about healthy isolation and good selfishness. This is something I preach in my practice as well. Listening to your instincts and knowing when to seek help, nothing is too small because it's your truth, and how we adjust to or react to every stimulus out there can be different from person to person, right? Our base and our resources are all different. So what I usually do, and I would say this works for me most effectively, and I would share that with other caregivers, is you first want to normalize. This is absolutely normal. Teaching healthy isolation, teaching good selfishness. It's okay, that you have these issues. It's not trivial. Most people go through this. In fact, if you weren't going through this or you weren't having these reactions, I would be surprised. And I think it's really helpful. I find that very helpful in disarming people and and giving them that sense of ease and saying, all right, I may be coming in here because my girlfriend dumped me and there are more serious issues out there, but because the way I'm feeling, it's okay to come in. So that's my strategy I use. I think it works for me, and I would, hey, why keep changing, right?
Yeah, if it's working, they say if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. So that is so amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, and it's just really such a beautiful thing to have you here today, because I think that especially with everything going on, and our message and objective for today, this mental health piece really carries a lot of weight. And cumulatively, with all the different content that we're bringing together, I hope so really that our healthcare workers and our frontline workers, church leaders, really go home with something today, and tools and resources that even if they're not right here on the call implementing, they have the tools, resources where they can actually reach out. If you don't mind, if you can share, how to contact you again. I know you're working with DoD right now, but if there, somebody wants to reach out for questions or ways to work with you, if that's something you offer as well. If you don't mind sharing how to contact you in the chat. Thank you so much, Dr. Cummins, for joining us today and sharing so authentically. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we're moving on, and I would like to see but how are you having, how is the retreat going for you? Just drop in the chat. Maybe put the clap button, put in the chat. I just want to know, how are you feeling? How are things going? And if you are watching, just let us know of all the information that is being shared today, what spoke to you the most. Put that in the chat. Let's see how you're going. I see Dr. Cummins just shared her contact information. Thank you. So as you're continuing to share, I would like to go ahead and bring in, it's time for, the meat of the program, right? We're going to hear from the woman behind this whole thing. She's coming in to give us a powerful keynote presentation that is focusing on caregivers knowing, their cultural competency and social comfort zone when it comes to communication. Because you can all agree with me that no matter what we do, as healthcare givers, I'm a healthcare giver myself from the administrative part, right? If we're not communicating effectively, we're missing the mark. So effective communication and really understanding ways to communicate with people from across the board, no matter what our cultural backgrounds are, no matter what ethnicity we are, I think that is so important. Because if you're speaking and somebody's not receiving it, then we've missed the mark in passing that message along. So I'm so excited. You saw her before she came on and gave us a powerful welcome. I'm just so excited to bring in none other than the president and CEO of eUnity Solutions, back on stream to deliver this keynote. Thank you, Dr. G. The floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you, my sister. Thank you, President and CEO of Wild. I am excited. It has been phenomenal so far. And I thank the previous presenters. I am not sure if I can fit in their shoes, but I'm going to do my best. So I don't know about you, but I have learned so much already in terms of strategies to take better care of myself. I pray and hope that you have done the same and you're ready to rebuild you so that you're thriving, as I said earlier. So let me start by sharing a little bit about me as a family and professional caregiver of 22 years. I have learned through this process or through the journey, this journey called life, right? And I often say that it is the process that matters and not what is happening through that journey, because you're learning so many lessons from those challenges, from those roadblocks, from the bumps and bruises to make yourself a better person. I have personally been burnt out twice. I've experienced burnout 2 times. And the question I ask myself the last time I was in the hospital is, what if the alternative had happened? Meaning, what if I had died? Because I went into the hospital with blood pressures of 250 something over 125. Just let that soak in for a minute. I could have stroked out and maybe be bedridden for the rest of my life, or I could have died and be buried, and that would be it. What would have happened after that? Who is going to suffer the most? My children, my family, my loved ones. But the job that you run to and you do daily without thinking about yourself, you will be replaced in a heartbeat. A new employee will be in that position before you're even buried. So it dawned on me that I had to prioritize my self-care. I had to prioritize how I was taking care of me and what were my priorities in terms of living life when it comes to relating my life with my career, that work-life balance. I was not having it because I was just focused on going, and I had nothing in my cup to give. So I come to you today with a simple message of reminding us that we need to take care of us, as previous speakers have said, and I'm not going to belabor that point. But I also want to remind us that we are in a profession that on a daily basis, we take care of people from many walks of life with different languages, different shapes, different colors, different race, different ethnic backgrounds. But it does not matter. Those are all man-made differences. What matters is that we're providing culturally competent and individualized care. It is not a one-size-fits-all. So before I get into the meat of my presentation, let me just bring clarity to certain concepts. The concepts of diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And the reason I want to do this is because we cannot go on the cultural competence journey without understanding these concepts. So what is diversity? Diversity is the characteristics that make you unique. Is it your sexual orientation? It could be your race and your ethnic background, your male, your female, and your gender, right? So these are the things that make us who we are. And that is diversity, because we all come with all these unique skills and talents and characteristics. Whereas when we think of inclusion, inclusion is simply welcoming all those people with their unique skills and talents, putting them on the dance floor, having them on the table, and allowing them to have a voice. You're not just bringing in them to your community or to your place of work to check the box. Unfortunately, that does happen. But as of today, going forward, those of us on this call and those who will be listening after, make an effort to be that pioneer, that champion, wherever you find yourself, whether it's in your community, your church community, your place of work, or even in your families. Be the one to bring that change. Be in the game so that you can influence change. But until we know these differences, we cannot. So it's truly about welcoming everyone on the table and having everyone have a voice, so that those decisions that we're making are innovative and creative, so that we feel like we belong. So what is belonging? Belonging is having a sense of community. Belonging is feeling wanted. Belonging is waking up on a daily basis when you don't even feel like going anywhere, and step out of that bed and feel like you need to go. You must go. It's as though you're going to go through a brick wall without even thinking, because you feel valued and you want to be in that environment. Where do you start your journey? The journey starts with self-reflection. Change that you want must begin with you. Yes, you've been a nurse for who alone knows how many years. I have been one for 22 years, and I'm still learning. So where are you? Are you at the beginning of your journey? Are you in the middle or at the end? Wherever you are, it is never too late to start now. So I want you to make a conscious decision and a vow to yourself that today, and let it affect the care that you're providing. I want you to make that decision today that you will be the best nurse, the most culturally sensitive nurse. So that must begin with you becoming aware. As we all can agree, awareness is the first step to making any change. That change that you want to bring begins with you. In the case of diversity and inclusion, embracing those cultural, it is only man-made differences that we're allowing to come into the way of us uniting with our brothers and sisters, regardless of their background. So without awareness, it is impossible to start your foundation of diversity and inclusion in your workplace. Each person's level of awareness is going to be different based on the role you're playing in your organization. Do you want to be a pioneer? Are you a champion of diversity and inclusion? Are you that individual that speaks up when you see things not going right? Are you that individual when a nurse is saying to another nurse, this nurse is not a best nurse because of who they are or because of where they come from or because of their accent? Are you taking them for who they are and the value they bring to the table and not the characteristics that make them up? So I want you to begin this journey by identifying who you are and whose you are. We went to church earlier with Pastor Nancy. She talked about divinely selfish, being divinely selfish. You got to know who you are, and that takes practice of selfishness to arrive at that point of where you truly get your sense of identity and your foundation and where you come from. Why is that so important? It is important because it gives you self-confidence. It's important because it helps you make better decisions. It is important because it gives you tolerance. It builds your vitality and pleasure and happiness. It brings you inner joy and peace because you resolve that inner conflict. You're not allowing others to weigh heavy on your mind because you're worried of who they are, how they speak, thinking they're not going to provide the best care. Prejudging them, giving them stereotypical definitions, or being ethnocentric. Just remember, we are all of the human race. The same blood you have run in everybody's bloodstream. Your blood, it doesn't have different elements than that of a black, white, or green person. Just know that the same blood runs through us. And if you know who you are, then you can choose to go on this journey. You can choose with great desire to be on this path without anybody telling you you have to do so. So once you get your self-identity, then you get on this journey. This brings me to the concept of the melting pot versus the salad bowl. If you're going to choose to add value, if you're a culture add to any organization, let's think about this for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. The concept of a melting pot is where you actually give up your uniqueness because you're trying to assimilate with your new environment, because you're trying to work so hard to be like those in your new environment, forgetting that you have a unique value that you're bringing on the table. So if you choose to go that route, then you're giving up who you are, you're giving up your identity. So you're truly not really adding value, you're just going with what is going on in that environment. But if you choose to use the salad bowl concept, which I love, because think of it. Think of how a salad is made. Individual ingredients, different colors, different textures, all ingredients tasting different, bringing a great flavor to that salad bowl. So that is you coming into that mix and maintaining who you are, maintaining your identity and your culture add that you bring to the table. so that you can make a difference, so that those decisions that are being made, you are on the table. If we had just had nurses and doctors and healthcare professionals on the table when COVID-19 hit, I can guarantee you it would have been a different outcome, because we would have known what we needed in terms of PPEs. Someone else will not be telling us, I am sending you PPEs, when in fact they were not sending the PPEs. I am giving you this to do your job, but I'm going to stand over you and say, you must do this. You don't have time for your self-care. We need to be on the table. But it takes identifying that self-identity and your foundation and where you come from and what value you add to that organization. We know for a fact that we're fighting an invisible enemy. So becoming culturally competent is no longer a question. We have been sitting at it for so long. We have talked about diversity and inclusion for so long. But unfortunately, most of us do not sit on the decision-making table. But now is the time for us to sit there. And I'm going to give you another example of the times we're living in right now. Since the murder of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, that volcano that had been boiling and steaming inside of us became a catalyst to get the movement going, to say, we got this. We can do this. We're going to demand a movement. We're going to demand for our rightful place in society, in our communities, in our places of work. So it's not a time to say, my race is the only best race. It is not the time to say, I have privilege and not care about the oppressed. It has been 400 years since the murder, since the end of slavery. This is also the 200th birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale. We can only help to maintain her legacy, carry her legacy forward. But that means we have to reunite. We have to speak in one voice. We have to treat everyone with dignity and respect. And that is why you must go on this cultural competency journey. When you become aware of what's going on, you have to have the motivation and the desire to go on this journey. Without the motivation, the challenges will deter you. Without the motivation, you're going to stop midway. And so what? Then you would have given up and accepted failure as the norm. This is not a process we need to fail on. This is not a process we need to look back. We need to carry those lessons from our past and move it forward. We need to take everyone, one person at a time, the oppressed in particular, to let them know we're here for them. Looking for ally partnerships and being an ally, my brothers and sisters, is not about you. It's about the one who has been oppressed. It's about having a voice for someone who is voiceless. It's about speaking up when you see something that is not right. It's about speaking up when someone is being discriminated against. I have the lived experience. I have been that nurse who was told not to apply for a job because of who I was, because of my accent. And I know you're saying, wow, she's got a beautiful accent. Yes, I know so, because I know who I am and I know what value I bring to the table. So accepting otherwise is not normal. We all must unite and go on this journey. Once you have that motivation and that desire, I often think of Campina Bakot, the favorite transcultural theorist, who uses the analogy of a volcano. When a volcano erupts, it is hot. The desire to go on this journey has got to be hot. For you to go through that brick wall and not even know you just went through, because you're standing in unity with an oppressed person, because you're standing to say to a Hispanic person or a Black person or a person of color or a white person who's been discriminated against, that look, we got your back. We can do this as united front. So let's go, let's do it. Let's not shield, but just maintain that motivation and go look for the encounters to build your knowledge, to build your cultural skill set, to build your cultural encounters. Nobody's going to do it for you. I always say you're the captain of your ship. You know your destination. You know where you're going. You know what you need to get to that destination. So invest in yourself. Invest in learning about other people. Why do people do things differently? Why does a Jehovah's Witness come into your hospital and will not take blood products? You have to be aware to respect that, to treat them with dignity and not use your preconceived notions of who they are or what they're doing and what decisions they're making to try to align your values with theirs. Your values are your values, but you're giving your patients, your clients, and your colleagues individualized treatment. individualized care, because it is not a one size fit all. It is not a one size fit all. So once you have this desire and you're now looking for opportunities to build on your cultural competence, keeping in mind you're not going to become culturally competent overnight. It is an ongoing journey. You will arrive someday, but you're learning along the way. You're making mistakes, but you will never make those mistakes again. You're probably uncomfortable starting those conversations, but it is okay. That is why organizations like eUnity Solutions are in place. So we can help you start those uncomfortable discussions, those uncomfortable conversations that are needed more so now than ever. You can do it. How do we start those conversations? We start those conversations by recognizing the need for diversity and inclusion. There is really not diversity without inclusion. So you have no choice but to do it. Just don't do lip service. Be purposeful, intentional, so you can build a sustainable program. And you do that through effective communication. You do that through communicating the change you want for your organization effectively with your followers, your colleagues, and your leadership. We need to learn how to listen, to understand each other, because without that, we're not going to be successful on our journey. Without that, we're going to feel disappointed. And if you do not have invested interest in this, you're going to give up. So it is very vital that we communicate effectively across cultures. So Tony Robbins said, to effectively communicate, we must realize that we are all different in the way we perceive the world, and use this understanding as a guide to our communication with others. Yes, I agree with that, and I'm sure you do. We may have different languages, but we all belong to one human race, and we must be willing to listen, to understand, regardless of those differences. I can greet you in several languages. You can do the same. I can say welcome. I can say merci, means thank you in French. I can say wikijung in my dialect, lamso. I can say bitom bonket in my husband's dialect. You too can speak so many different languages. I'm sure you're saying, wow, that really sounds melodic. That sounds beautiful. But it's only beautiful when we all start to conform. We all start to recognize and become aware of the differences. That when we embrace, we can begin to empower others. We can inspire others to really want to know about others around the world and within our communities. When we do that, we're truly walking in our footsteps. We're truly walking in our purpose and passionate about what we have been trained to do as healthcare professionals. After we have put on our mask to fill our cups and take care of us, then we can go on this journey. So what is really cross-cultural communication? That is the ability to communicate sensitively with respect and dignity with people from all backgrounds, all beliefs, and all cultures. And you will ask, what is the goal? Why should we do that? We want to be able to communicate cross-culturally so that we can prevent cross-cultural communication. If I'm talking to you and it's like, what is Dr. G saying? The only thing you can do is listen, give me time to finish, and then seek clarification. Ask follow-up questions if you did not hear me. Just don't assume, oh my God, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's not going to be a good nurse because of her accent. She cannot take care of this individual because they're a politician or because they're the president. Who said so? It is the skill set that matters, not what comes out of my mouth. Am I able to give that injection effectively on the right side using the right technique? Am I able to do that EKG or do that ACLS protocol without having to worry about my accent? But my skill set that I am bringing to that person that need me so badly at the weakest time of their life. Am I a paramedic going to someone's home that I don't even know, but yet I'm wearing my mask that is sending negative vibes to that client, to that person I'm ready to lift and hopefully save them and take them to my next place where they'll be taken good care of? So you have to become aware of your body language. You have to become aware of your interpretations, of your preconceived notions, and your ethnocentric behaviors. Yes, body language speaks volumes more than what comes out of a mouth. As a matter of fact, 78% of communication is body language. So we want to prevent cross-cultural communication. We want to develop a strong cross-cultural relationship. We want to improve our engagement with our colleagues and our leadership. We want to have job satisfaction. With the pandemic, I am sure the days you get up, you don't want to go in. I am sure the days you're on call as a paramedic or firefighter, you just don't want to see another heart attack. I am sure you don't just want to go into some house that has dogs, but it is your calling, and you're so determined to keep doing it. You're passionate about it. So it only helps to invest in yourself and fill yourself with these strategies, with these skills and techniques that you can perform effectively and culturally sensitively in any environment, in any space that you find yourself in. And when you are satisfied with your job, those barriers, those things that stand in your way will become nothing. You will be able to jump through those hoops. And I can relate to this because I have the lived experience. I was that nurse right out of school that had to take care of a white police officer who had just been shot by an African-American suspect. I did not go in as a Black woman. I went in as a nurse. And that's what we all have to keep reminding ourselves. Regardless of your feelings and your preconceived notions, you must stand tall in who you are as a healthcare provider. You must stand tall in your belief of impacting life and bringing them their well-being, where they were before they came into your institution. Yes, so I went in as a nurse, not as a Black woman. I've also been that nurse who was told not to apply for a job because of my accent and being a woman and an immigrant. But I've built long-term relationships with this individual. I have also been that nurse who was, called the Jamaican B word because I was just simply taking care of the client. Did I stop taking care of them? No. You have a calling. You have to re-strategize. Yes, I'm not saying you're not human. Your feelings will be hurt, but just know that sometimes it is not intentional. It is because these clients are at their weakest moment. It is because they're grieving. It is because they're going through some traumatizing times. But you too are going through those times right now. And that is why we're doing this conference today, because we want you to know that we're listening to you. We see you. We hear you. We feel your pain. And we just want you today to sit back, just breathe, relax, so that you can refuel with all the strategies that you're getting and go back at it as a total and whole holistic human being. So that's been my experience. So some of the things that will get in the way when we're trying to communicate with one another is our ethnocentric behavior. Feeling that the way you're doing things is the only best way, or thinking that your culture is the only right culture, or thinking that your job place is the only best place to be. Those feelings deter you from being the person that you were meant to be. It deters you from impacting lives and empowering more lives, from touching someone, simply as holding someone's hand at the time of their death, which is what is happening right now. You have become children, wives, mothers, brothers, and fathers to patients that you have never met before. You're the one who is standing by their bedside, either pounding on their chest or holding their hand as they take their last breath, without a family member. I have said that you're also now not just a patient advocate and a healthcare provider, you are the power of attorney. So we realize that this is heavy on you. The only difference is your name is not on those documents, but you're playing that role. You're having to call shots and take decisions at very quick moments. You're working on the fly. You're implementing on the fly. It's like doing a simulation on the fly. That is exactly what is happening to healthcare professionals right now, many of whom have lost their lives. We do not want you to follow suit. We want you to take care of you so that you can continue to provide the care under such traumatic and traumatizing situations. Another barrier is your stereotypes. Thinking that because someone has an accent, they're not going to be a good nurse. Thinking that because someone is from a different color or from a disadvantaged background are less human or less intelligent. Who said so? If I had listened to all those advices in the beginning, would I be here today hosting Put Your Mask On First? Absolutely not. So think of that thing you've been wanting to do, and someone is telling you you cannot do it because of who you are. Think of where you're going and surround yourself with mentors. Surround yourself with people that will allow you cry on their shoulders. Surround yourself with people that will uplift you, that are not going to kill your spirit. Surround yourself with everything that it will take, the support system to build you up, to build that future healthcare provider, to build that best culturally sensitive healthcare provider that you're so endearing to be, that you're so deserving to be. Just build those strategies. Try it, it works. I have been there. If I were told at the age of 21 when I flunked out of college that I had to learn another language, that it was my responsibility, I would have done it. So if I had to write myself a letter back then, I will remind myself that I alone can change my destiny, that I alone can implement what is going to propel me to my next level. And so can you. So can you. You have the tools in your hand. You have the purpose right inside of you. That purpose, you have an assignment, as my mentor will always say, Pastor Nancy. It is your assignment that you need to fulfill your purpose. Yes, your assignment right now is being that nurse. Are you being the best nurse? You have to be a healthcare professional by really taking care of you. We cannot say that enough. What are the norms and roles that you have grown up in? It is that culture that you grow up that defines who you are. But sometimes you now become in a different space and you got to rethink those norms and roles. They're not everything that you've always grown to believe. And you have to assimilate while maintaining your unique culture and add value to that organization so we can avoid any misunderstanding. So what are some ways and tips that you can do to communicate effectively? Know your culture. Where do you come from? Some of us come from humble beginnings. I can never forget waiting in line to use the bathroom, first of 6 children. I am sure some of you have that, or you have different experiences, but those are experiences that you've grown to know. But also, that is your story. Stories sell, my brothers and sisters. Your story, someone is just waiting. With the blink of an eye, if you don't share that story, they might jump off a cliff. If you don't write that book that you've been wanting to write, someone is waiting to read your inspirational words. Someone is waiting to hear your empowering message. So please know your culture, know your identity, and use it to impact more lives. But most importantly, keep an open mind. If you do not have an open mind, nobody can pour anything into it. Some people invest in negativity. They invest in keeping people in their minds. What I say, you're giving keys to someone who is not adding value to your life. So it is time you think of you and where you're going. It's time you think of your personal relationships that are impacting how you see life, how you live life. Not about those who will come and tear you down. Build those trusting relationships. Find intentional encounters. Look for places where you will learn about one culture or another. Look for people that will teach you something that you do not know. No one knows everything. I have learned so much today from the previous speakers. I'm going to do meal prep. I'm going to be divinely selfish. I'm going to have some quiet time. I'm going to rethink how I manage my stress. And so can you. Be aware of your body language. I mentioned earlier, 78% of our communication is body language. So you need to align what comes out of your mouth with what you're portraying body language wise. Because if you're taking care of a loved one or even a patient, be it in the field or at the hospital in a nursing home, they're already weak. Your energy has to be high for a better outcome for your patients. Your energy has to be positive so your patients can feel the love and the care, especially now with the pandemic. There is no loved ones at the bedside to hold onto their hands. You're it. So you've got to become whole. You've got to get your mind, body, and soul connected. You've got to be present with what you're doing. You cannot be distracted. And yes, it is okay to say, I need to take this mask off by going to the break room, take your mask off and breathe and recollect your thoughts, recollect your emotions. It's heavy what you're going through. If there are any leaders on this call, this is the time when you intentionally find out if your staff is okay, but have a plan. You're not just seeking if they're okay without a plan. You must have a plan. If they're not okay, what are you going to do? What do you have in place to help them regroup? Maybe to replace them with another person. Yes, I know we're running low on staffing, but there are strategies that leadership can put in place to help prevent those who are already stressed out from getting burnt out and having the healthcare system crash. If we do not take care of healthcare professionals, the system will crash eventually. So this is vital. This is deep. So we must reconnect. And we cannot do it just with our individual selves. It has to be team effort. It has to be the village. It takes a village to raise a child. And we believe at eUnity Solutions that your cultural identity is a hidden treasure. So bring that treasure out into your place of work. Bring that treasure out at your place of worship. Bring that treasure out in your community so that together you are building harmonious society. So that together we can really connect with others without prejudging and using our preconceived notions. Just be you. Use simple and clear language when you're speaking. Healthcare workers are known for using medical jargon. Sometimes we speak so fast. Sometimes we start talking about EKG, third degree heart block, second degree heart block, QTC waves, and all whatnot. When a family member is standing there and they don't understand a thing we're talking about, break it down. If you want to talk about cardiac arrest, talk about heart failure, talk about someone's heart stopping in layman's terms so that they can understand what you're talking about. Because without them understanding, they're not going to be compliant with advice that we're giving them. And we think that they're being non-compliant when in fact it's because the message was not well communicated. It's because we have one-way communication. Remember, communication is give and take. So we cannot stand there and just speak all this jargon over our patients, clients, and colleagues and expect that they're hearing us. Yes, we must stop and listen. Pay attention. Take your turn speaking. Do not interrupt because you think the person is speaking with an accent, because you think the person is not making sense. Wait for and then ask questions and seek clarity. Be supportive. Someone might be speaking and you don't understand. Again, my experience has been when I was a new nurse in ICU as an immigrant, of course, with my accent, I had one particular nurse who always said, "What?" with that extra A in the middle of it. And in my culture, that is considered disrespectful. But she did it so much that I had to steal that teaching moment to educate her that her comments were being condescending. But the lesson I learned from that encounter is this. She did not even realize that she was rolling her eyes while talking to me and that what that statement meant in my own culture. So we exchanged valuable information and today we're best friends. So we all have to invest in educating one another in things that mean most to us, in our values and beliefs, and things that people may not even recognize they're doing. So be supportive and steal that teaching moment. Be careful with humor and be careful of the words you're using, especially when it comes to diversity and inclusion. Some things are going to be considered disrespectful. One of the things in my culture is speaking and maintaining eye contact. Some of you think that when somebody is speaking and not maintaining eye contact, that they're shy, that they're less intelligent. No, it's not. If you invest time when you come into an organization to learn about who is within your organization, to learn about the do's and don'ts about their culture, you will better relate with them. You will better build those connecting relationships that will last forever. So do not prejudge based on those differences. Just become aware and respect those differences. Avoid using close-ended questions, especially when someone is speaking with a heavy accent and you're having to really listen keenly to understand them. So with that said, those are some of the tips and strategies that I wanted to share today, because there's so much, but we have other opportunities that we will be sharing more strategies. And on that note, on behalf of eUnity Solutions and the Newcastle County government, I invite you to our next 2 events: The Art of Communication, how to effectively communicate cross-culturally, on December 2nd from 5 p.m. till 8 on Zoom. Sorry. If you have not registered, please do so that you can get information, details about getting into the Zoom room on December 2nd. Another event is December 11th, Burnout of Blossom, a survival guide for caregivers to avoid burnout. This is actually that I developed, and that the next cohort will be coming up in March. So stay tuned for that information. But in the meantime, we're going to share some of those highlights with you on December 11th to help you implement strategies to avoid burnout. Then our next diversity and cultural sensitivity training is coming up February 9th. If you have not heard about our diversity and cultural sensitivity training, you need to check us out at www.eunityeducation.online. This is phenomenal. I'm telling you, we are a certified program. You get a certificate at the end of completion on how to really develop purposeful, intentional, and sustainable diversity and inclusion programs. And then you need to save the date, September 18th, for our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference. Listen, it is phenomenal. You need to be on board. You need to give us a chance to help you start that diversity journey, because that is why we're in business. We have established credibility for the last 3 years, and organizations like Nemos and Wild and I Am My Sister's Keeper, DACC, you name it. We stand firm in what we preach. We engage you, we educate you, and we empower you to embrace those cultural differences. So be sure to take our post-event survey so that you can tell us how this went, and also so we can improve for the next time, because there is going to be many next times. This is not the end, but I'm going to leave you with food for thought. Think of a time when you operated based on a stereotype. How did that affect your preconceived notion? What can you do today to change your perspective on your coworkers who may look or think differently than you do? As you consider the different roles that you and all your team members play, what is the one thing you believe you can do to make you work? What is one thing you believe you can do to make your work environment more diverse and inclusive? My dear brothers and sisters, let us go out there and take care of us. Let us be purposeful. Let us be intentional, unapologetic to nobody. Just demand for your rightful place. Most importantly, I want to call on every healthcare professional to become politically savvy. When we do that and be on the decision-making table, we are going to see our profession continue to flourish, a profession where many showed respect. So I am honored, and it's been a pleasure, and I celebrate being a nurse every day. It's a journey that I went on, and I will never, ever look back. So thank you so much for being here, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the program. And back to you, Linda.
Wow. Dr. G, you have to come back on the screen, because yes, if production can bring her back on. So you just, I think we can all just pack up now, close the computers, and go back home. Like seriously, right? You shared so much insight. We said take to church. I don't know if there's like a diversity and inclusion cultural sensitivity church. Yeah, you took us to that. And I'm going through the comments, and there's just a lot of people that you've excited here today. You know, Marian says, loving the inspiration that you are given. Listen, but teachable. You know, I see Dr. Cummins said this is hitting so true for me right now. I see comments are coming in through Facebook. This is dope. Yes, it's a journey. just so many comments all over. And I think this is such a great segue into the cultural sensitivity and communication event coming up December 2nd. I'm so glad that you touch on that, because based on what you've brought here today, I can only imagine what we have coming for us on December 2nd. So just thank you for, as you keep impacting knowledge and everything. And this is something you do from your heart, out of passion. And everything you're not just doing for, to create a diverse environment, but also for our health caregivers and our family caregivers. So I know we have a post-event survey coming up. I would like for you to just share, you touched on it a little bit, just share why it's so important that we take this surveys. I know the first one, I didn't really see, we didn't get 100% participation as we had anticipated. That's okay. We have another opportunity to engage. But I would like, for you to share why eUnity Solutions incorporated this survey as part of this event today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Linda. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please take the survey. The reason why we want you to take the survey, it will give us more data so we can better improve on our next programs, on events coming up, on other Put Your Mask On First. When we have a true sense of where you are as a healthcare professional, looking at your mental well-being, we can better gauge what speakers to bring to the presentations, what platforms and what type of events we can really curate to get the message across that can continue to impact your well-being, and more so you going out there and performing at your most potential capacity at your job place. So please take the event. We also need to share this data with Newcastle County government. That is how we will continue to get funding to bring these events free of charge to you. I know I like free, and I'm sure you do. So if we can continue to bring these events for free, I think we can impact more lives. So please help us and complete the survey so we can obtain that data and present to the Newcastle County government so that they can see the value we have been able to provide through this Put Your Mask On First and other programs coming up. So definitely take a few minutes and take the survey. It's anonymous. You don't have to be concerned about us knowing that you are going to be recognized who is sending that data. But also I need to caution you, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot continue hiding away from mental well-being. It is deep. You can only get help if you speak up about it, as Dr. Cummins mentioned earlier. So I really encourage each and every one of us to seek help, but be willing to receive the help, as Melanie said earlier. Because if we don't, then we're just, doing these conferences and we're not making any change. So I thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. G. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for putting this event together. And I do want to use this opportunity to give a shout out to all those that are working behind the scene. I know we have Adara on Facebook. We have Tasha on YouTube. We have Azuma and his team doing the whole production. Yesenia, thank you all so much for working the behind the scenes. We don't get Thank you. So before we go ahead and wind down with our next speaker, you heard from Dr. G. We're going to go ahead and put the survey back on the screen. And this is open to everybody on the call right now. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube and you want to participate, you can do that. Just click on the link on your Facebook or YouTube and you'll be able to join the Zoom. So let's take the survey and we're going to move on after this. So. we have the second assessment. So please, let's go ahead and take this and run up the assessments. And thanks to everybody that has taken it so far. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's go ahead and complete this survey. And because I'm excited about this next speaker. Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, production team, for running the surveys. Can we see some of those results as well? Okay, that is awesome. So I am glad people are finding this valuable. Yes, yes, yes. So awesome, awesome. We are definitely just really thanks for those that are participating, because again, as we can't emphasize enough, we want to bring you stuff that you find valuable. And you know, if you don't find this valuable, we will switch it. We're going to continue creating to meet your needs. So we're not bringing you fluff. So thank you to everybody that took time to take the surveys, and we're going to move forward with the program. But again, I want to hear how you are feeling. Please share with me in the chat. How are you feeling? You know, I see a lot of people saying they found this valuable today. Just share with me one takeaway you're going to be taking home today. Just one thing. Let's see it in the chat. What is just one lesson you've heard today from any of our speakers, starting from Pastor Nancy, who kicked off, to Dr. G, who just spoke, that you will be taking home today? So whether you're watching in Facebook or YouTube, yes, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Put it in the chats. Put it in the comments. And if you're watching the from you, okay? So I go ahead and bring this lady, you know, I just saw her, you know, right off hot the press on Facebook media. She's rebranding. And, you know, as I shared earlier, we're constantly creating. And as creatives, we're constantly looking at, you know, the audience and what we can do better to refine our message for them. So I just saw a few minutes ago on Facebook that she has relaunched her business, and I'm so excited for her. and that she's coming here to share, we would be, come on, we are the first audience she's presenting to under this new umbrella. So that is so exciting, okay? That is so exciting. So I'm really excited to bring our next speaker, Tara Elizabeth Gush. This is a woman that I met through networking with, women professionals here in Delaware, and has since become a vital part of our own community. So she is the founder of Soul Vitality. Tara, when you come on, I'd like to know, I hope I pronounced that right. And, trauma-informed lifestyle coaching for transformative living. Okay, now is a time more than ever before that we should be talking about, how to deal with our trauma. Because if you know, this COVID has been traumatizing for so many people. And just learning, the skills with her and this journey she's about to take us on with. With a powerful message from Dr. G and all our other speakers, we couldn't have picked a better person to round up this event. And, that mind, body, and soul connection, bringing everything together. So without much ado, I would like to bring on my sister to the stage, Tara.
Hello. Good afternoon and welcome. I am Tara Elizabeth Gush. Thank you so much, Linda, for that introduction. I am super excited to be here and be a part of this amazing and much needed event. I am the owner and host of the Be Soulfish podcast, where I interview people weekly to discuss the topic of trauma and healing. I am the founder and owner of Soul Vitality, which is a lifestyle approach to holistic health, wellness, and movement therapy. I am a certified health, wellness, gut, and stress management coach and a trauma-informed yoga instructor. And my specialty is in behavior modification and changing behavioral patterns. And so today I'm really excited to join you all to lead you in a guided meditation practice, very short and sweet. And prior to doing that, I wanted to just quickly talk about meditation in general if you are new to starting a meditation practice. And for a lot of people, the word meditation sparks a little bit of fear and discomfort. And so I wanted to simply state that in order to create a meditation practice in your daily routine, you do not have to be sitting in a room full of candles and incense, right? You can meditate in your car. You can meditate in the shopping line at the grocery store. You can find ways to add meditation to your daily lifestyle, however that looks and works for you. And so meditation basically is a mental exercise that trains your awareness and your attention. It can be done silent, it can be done with music, it can be done guiding. And the times that we are in right now with everything going on in the world, it's a really important time to try to integrate a meditative practice into your daily routine. It is proven that meditation provides you the space and the ability to develop a mind-body connection, to really be able to connect with your breath and to be able to control and self-regulate your emotions. So for those of you who are working as healthcare workers or working as caregivers, and you are engaging in these situations on a daily basis where you are under chronic stress, maybe dealing with trauma, your body is working in survival mode a lot of that time. So your parasympathetic nervous system may be operating in overdrive, kind of keeping you in that fight, flight, or freeze mode, that survival mode. And so it's really important when you're working in these fields, and we are just kind of dealing with the chaos of life right now, to take these moments in our day to create this time and space for our thinking brains to turn off for a moment and to allow that rest and digest system to really do what it needs to do. So if and when you incorporate daily meditation into your routine, you are likely to notice improvements in a lot of areas in your life. It is shown to improve your sleep patterns, to decrease inflammation throughout the body, to decrease blood pressure. And when you do all of these things, it reduces your your openness to becoming ill and becoming vulnerable to stress and disease. So what I would like you to do is just find a comfortable space wherever you are. So I'm going to give you a moment to just consciously transition to whatever that space looks like. And I'll also state to transition to whatever shape that looks like. So your meditation practice can be seated or supine. So you could be seated in a chair. You could be seated in or on a meditative cushion. You can be lying on your back on the ground or on a couch. So whatever space and shape works for you, go ahead and get yourself set up there. And your meditative practice can be done with your eyes open or closed. Sometimes when we do this with open eyes, we pick an object to focus on. I'm going to invite you today to do your meditation practice with your eyes closed, simply because we are on a Zoom call. Again, we seem to all be living in the Zoom world. And so I would like you to try to do this practice with your eyes closed so you have a little bit more of the ability to turn inward during your practice today. So wherever you are in your space and shape, I invite you to gently close your eyes, arrive at your meditation practice, and begin to ground yourself. And then gently take a nice sip of air in through your nose, nice, slow, and steady. Maybe pause at the top and hold it. And then take a nice, gentle exhale out and let it go. And repeat that breath pattern, taking that gentle sip of air in through the nose, holding it at the top, and a nice, gentle exhale on your way out. And as you continue with this breath pattern on your inhale, imagine your breath traveling from the base of your spine all the way up your spine, through your neck, the back of your head, to the crown of your head, finding some elongation through that spine. And on your exhale, gently releasing any tension, physically feeling the shoulders melting down, physically feeling the tension release from your jaw, from your eyelids. And continue with that breath pattern, taking that gentle sip of air in through the nose, taking a short pause, and a gentle exhale out as you release everything from your body. And then just allow yourself, give yourself permission to fall into whatever natural rhythm of breath your body invites. And notice any sensations in and without your body. There is no need to change, no need to adjust, no need to judge. Just simply notice the sensations, allow them, be present with them, and let them ebb and flow as they may. And continue keeping and bringing your awareness back to your breath, noticing its rhythm, noticing if it is soft or smooth or jagged. Notice any sensations arising of resistance or acceptance. And just be here right now in this moment with nowhere to be and nothing to do. Bring some awareness to those feelings of being grounded. Whatever surface you are on, feeling rooted, feeling grounded, but also allowing yourself to be open to the space around you. Connecting to the space and air around you. And if you notice your mind wandering, go ahead and give it the permission to do so for a moment. Allow it to wander. And then gently invite it back. Invite it back to your breath. Invite it back to your body. Invite it back to that feeling of balance. Invite it back to that feeling of alertness and ease. Bringing your awareness fully into your body. Bringing some awareness to your torso and your spine. Feeling just a little bit taller, a little bit more open through the heart space, the heart center. Just notice. Notice here. Notice now. Notice any sensations that are arising and falling. Maybe bring your awareness to your eyelids for a moment. How do your eyelids feel? Are they light or are they heavy? Is there movement or is there stillness? And just notice. And then bring that awareness to your jawline, from your earlobes down to your chin. Notice if there is tension or if there is freedom. And take that awareness all the way down through your shoulders and neck, down to your fingertips, down to the tips of your toes. Just noticing where these sensations arise and fall, how they arise and fall. Finding that balance between your in-breath and your out-breath. Allowing your breath to be whatever it is in the moment, whether it is steady and smooth or jagged. And again, if you find your mind wandering, give it that permission, that freedom to do so. And then gently bring that awareness back to your body. Bringing it back to your breath. Back to this moment. Just be here right now in this moment. And gently begin to take this moment to turn to reflection, to reflect upon, to turn inward for a moment, to note what arose for you, if any wisdom arose for you. And what can you do with this wisdom? How can you allow this wisdom to guide you in your life moving forward? How can you use this wisdom outside of your meditation? And slowly bring your hands to heart center. Take a big sip of air in through the nose and a gentle exhale out through the mouth. And give your body and your breath some thanks for showing up for yourself today, not just during this meditation practice, but during the entire day of this practice and during each and every day where you are caring for others. Give yourself thanks. Give yourself the permission to create this space and time for yourself to rest so that you can bring this care to others. And when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes. You can gently maybe wiggle a toe or a finger around. Bring some gentle movement back to the body. If you're in a supine position, go ahead and gently bring yourself up to an easy seated position. If you are already in a seated position, just stay right where you are. Take a nice big inhale and exhale, bringing the hands to heart center. And thank you for allowing me to lead you in today's meditation practice. I hope it brought you a few moments of peace to your day. Namaste. Again, my name is Tara Elizabeth Gush, and I look forward to hopefully working with some of you more in the future. Cheers.
I am almost falling asleep. That's how peaceful. I needed that Zen time. Thank you so much. Like, yeah, I definitely need that Zen. And I see Marion says very peaceful and relaxing. Am I echoing?
A little bit, yeah. I think I'm echoing. Let me. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think it's a lot better now. You look gorgeous as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations on launching your business or relaunching your business. That's amazing.
Yes,
And it's
it
an honor
is.
that we get to be one of the first audiences to tap into, some of the expertise that you will be offering. So I did want to ask, I know a lot of people are still waking up from slumber. What are some tools that, we can utilize on that day-to-day basis to incorporate daily meditation? Or
So
apps,
I think
like apps or websites, or even do you have some virtual programs that somebody can log into day to day to do daily meditation?
So I do not personally have an app or a website yet. I did just launch with the new launch a monthly subscription. So it will be a monthly subscription for a Facebook group, and there will be weekly yoga and meditation. So that is an option if anybody would like to work with me personally. There are several apps though on Spotify though that are pretty easy to access, and people can find those anywhere from 1 minute to 10, 15-minute meditation. So I try to just let people know that you can meditate in your car, your bathroom. It doesn't have to be, a big deal. So even if you're sitting in your driveway for 3 minutes, you can pull up an app real quick and do a really short and sweet deep breath.
Awesome. And I totally agree with that. I see Anko says, please DM me. She would like to join the group. Melanie says, your voice is so soothing. Yes, I'm sure a lot of us on the call could share how soothing your voice was. Ironically, as we were talking, my Calm app popped up on the phone because I have to schedule my meditation time. Other than that, I get busy and I forget. I literally have to schedule, like, as part of my self-care during the day, that this is time for meditation. And I know I really would say that, I'm somebody that practices, meditation myself. I definitely believe that these services are essential. They are needed, especially when we are out there on the front lines doing all these things. So again, to all our guests, definitely we brought the speakers for particular expertise, because in our own analysis, we believe these are the things, the messages and the tools that you would like to see that will be beneficial to you. So I really would like to call on everybody to take advantage of all the tools that have been shared today and reach out to all our experts on how you can continue to work with them. Reach out to the solutions on all the services that they provide, how they can come and make your organizations more culturally equitable and stuff like that. Tara, if you don't mind, can you please share, because I see people asking about the group, can you please share the name of the group or how to get in contact with you for those that want to be a part of this new community that you are creating? I would just like to really thank everybody. Just thank everybody so much for being a part of this event. Tara, I know you're on to the next thing. You have to get on the road. So I really appreciate you, and thank you for your flexibility as we switch things around just a little bit. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to meditate with you today. I can check that off my box. And I see the speakers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I promise you, this was so informative. Lots of tools dropped, just everything from speaker number one till our very last speaker. I personally have learned a lot. All of these events, I say, is meant for us to share and grow together. And I think that's exactly what happened today. We brought experts that were able to not only share, but also take away knowledge. And I really just pray that you all were able to leave here impacted. I'd like to say, you heard from Dr. G. Join us again on December 2nd for the cultural communication event. These are tools you can use as you continue to interact with your patients, as you continue to interact with your clients, as you continue to implement bi-directional communication in your organizations. And again on December 11th. Some of the speakers you saw here today will be back December 11th, presented around the same focus areas, but different interests. So they're going to target the same messages in different angles and go a lot deeper because we have more time on that day. And we're also bringing in financial consultants to talk about estate planning as you take care of your family. We're bringing in legal consultants and financial consultants. So you don't want to miss either of these events. This whole event is accumulation of 3 series. Today is just number 1. We're going to keep going again on December 2nd and December 11th. And I really want to, if you're here today, share, put, the hashtag, put your mask on first, eUnity Solutions, and go tell your friends, tell your loved ones, because you see how valuable this information is. It is free. We don't want people to miss out. So please share and invite people to join us again December 2nd and December 11th. Again, I want to thank production. I heartily thank all our speakers today. I thank all the team on social media and behind the scenes. And a special thanks goes especially to Dr. Eunice Guamessier for this partnership with Newcastle County to put this event together. You and your team are doing such amazing things in the community, and I'm just so excited for all that you'll continue to do, and that you're equipped and continue to get the funding and resources that you need to bring these events. So as you sign off of Zoom, please take a moment. I know we've taken assessments. Just take an exit survey for us. It's a very short survey, 10 questions. When you leave the Zoom, it's going to pop up on your screen. Please don't close your screen without taking that survey. Again, I am Linda Array. It was such an honor to be your MC for today, and I look forward to seeing you at our next event on December 2nd. Thank you all so much. Enjoy your Saturday, and just please remain blessed and safe. Thank you all.